Chapter 932. After a few months of meditation, Zichun finally broke through to the complete core realm. He was only one step away from the mortal realm. Once he crossed this step, he would be in the mortal realm. However, there were too many people who were stuck in this realm. It was not easy to reach the mortal realm, but Zichun was confident. Now that he had broken through, it was time for Zichun to go back. The ancient clan was located in a village with about 1,000 families. This was only a branch of the ancient clan, not all of them. Zichun came back. Along the way, all the ancient clansmen greeted Zichun. Zichun nodded in response. In the eyes of the ancient clansmen, Zichun, as a member of the royal clan, was mysterious. Although the royal clan was in decline, they still had a high status in the ancient clansmen. They had always respected the royal clan. Plus, almost everyone knew that Zichun had killed a spiritual body. Recently, there were rumors that Zichun had killed several spiritual bodies of the mortal realm. This made Zichun even more famous in this small village. Along the way, everyone greeted Zichun. Gushyoda had also arranged a rune for Zichun. Zichun did not go back. Instead, he walked towards the square. From far away, Zichun could hear the sounds of fighting. Arriving at the edge of the plaza, Zichun saw the demon ape fighting with someone, and that person turned out to be Gume. Back when Zichun had fought with Gume, he had been suppressing her, and the latter had not made any decent attacks, so he did not know how strong she was. Now that he saw her today, she was indeed extraordinary. Her combat ability was comparable to a Xiantian warrior of the same level. She used all kinds of ancient skills to fight with the devil ape. However, just as he was pushed back by the attack, he saw Zichun standing in the distance. His expression instantly changed. On the battle stage, after being pushed back, Zichun borrowed the force of the attack to turn around and run away without looking back. From the looks of it, he seemed to be fleeing. Haha, Gume, are you admitting that you can't beat the devil ape? But it's fine as long as you admit defeat. Why do you have to run? A loud laughter rang out. This voice came from Gusun. Idiot, run. Gume shouted. Run? Why should I run? I can fight the demon ape for 3 days and 3 nights. Unlike you, Gusun said. Look behind you. Hearing Gume's words, Gusun turned his head and saw Zichun walking towards him. The smug smile on his face immediately disappeared. He was stunned for 3 seconds before he followed Gume and fled. Seeing the two of them in such a sorry state, Zichun laughed and asked, Why are you running? When the others saw Zichun arrive, their faces immediately lit up with joy. They followed suit and said, That's right. Why are you running? We just want the 2 of you to crawl and run in circles. Although a few months had passed, everyone still remembered what Zichun had said last time. At this moment, they were still teasing the 2 of them. It was fine if it was just teasing, but at the same time more than 10 figures flew out and chased after the 2 of them. From the looks of it, they seemed to want to catch the 2 of them. Zichun, it's you. Why are you here? Gu Hu looked at Zichun and asked with a strange expression. There was a hint of displeasure in his eyes. What's wrong? Judging from your tone, you don't seem to welcome me back. Didn't you say that we were friends? Zichun asked with a smile. Gu Hu snorted. Yes, we are friends, but you shouldn't have come back now. Gu Yu was just about to forget about you, but you appeared. Zichun walked towards Gu Hu and patted him on the shoulder. He said earnestly, Xiao Hu, a man has to look forward. He has to have the heart of a strong warrior. He has to have the persistence to pursue power. He has to have power in his eyes. He can't just keep talking about women. Moreover, this woman is his sister. No, we are not related by blood, Gu Hu explained. Zichun waved his hand and said, Okay. Let's not talk about this anymore. You and I haven't seen each other in a long time, so we should have a good gathering today. However, you have to give me the thing first. What thing? Gu Hu looked at Zichun in shock. Wine. I haven't been back for a few months. based on one bottle every 2 days. You should have saved up dozens of bottles for me. Moreover, you and I should have a good chat over wine when we meet. How can we not have wine? Zi-chan looked at Gu-hu. Hearing Zi-chen's words, the corner of Gu-hu's mouth twitched. Why? You didn't prepare anything? Then I'll go to your house today and ask for a meal. Gu-hu's mouth twitched and his eyelids trembled. Zi-chen continued, If I don't see the wine, not only will I go today, I'll go every day in the future to see your father and Gu-yu. We'll chat about our daily lives and dreams. Gu-hu had the urge to clench his fists and kill someone. Big brother Zi-chen, we've brought them. Big brother Zi-chen, they're here. Right at this time, voices came from the distance. It was Shou-ho and the others who had caught Gu-mei and Gu-sen. Ever since Zi-chen had shown his strength, these people had started calling him Big Brother Zi-chen. Gu-mei and Gu-sen's faces were ashen. They couldn't move, but they were still in good condition. As for Shou-ho and the others, they were bleeding from the corners of their mouths, and their clothes were in tatters. The more serious ones had bruises and swollen faces. It was obvious that they had paid a heavy price to catch these two. Why did you catch them? Zi-chen looked at them in shock. Let them crawl. Isn't that what Big Brother Zi-chen said last time? Everyone's faces were swollen, but they were excited. Zi-chen looked at the two of them and smiled. Did you hear that? They want the two of you to crawl. You've been waiting for so long. Go ahead and let everyone have some fun. The crowd cheered again. Before the two of them could react, Zi-chen patted Gu-hu's shoulder with a do-as-you-see-fit expression on his face. Then, Zi-chen brushed past Gu-hu and went straight to the weapon rack not far away. Behind them, the cheering became even more intense. However, Gu-sen and Gu-mei naturally wouldn't really crawl. Moreover, Zi-chen was smiling and didn't force the two of them. It was obvious that he didn't care about this matter. After a while, banging sounds came from behind Zi-chen, followed by exclamations and the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. It's fine if they don't crawl, but they actually dare to hit people. Everyone, let's beat these two to death. Shou-ho shouted from the side and was the first to rush towards the two of them. A chaotic battle broke out immediately. All kinds of sounds could be heard. Gu-hu was still standing there, his expression constantly changing as if he was hesitating about something. The battle continued for a while. Almost everyone's faces were swollen. Finally, the battle stopped. Gu-hu was no longer in a daze. He called Gu-mei and Gu-sen over. You two, quickly steal the good wine from your house and give it to Zi-chen. Gu-hu called the two of them to a corner and whispered. The two of them were beaten black and blue by the crowd. They asked, Why should we give him good wine? Gu-hu glared at them. Are you stupid? If we don't give him wine, he will go to my house to take it. Once he goes to my house, he will see Gu-yu. It's not like you don't know that Gu-yu is interested in him. Moreover, that damn old man of mine isn't very smart. He actually didn't object. As he spoke, Gu-hu lowered his head and said in a low voice, The wine in my house has almost been stolen. I can't take any more. Facing a strong enemy, the three of them were undoubtedly united. They stood on the same side and nodded heavily. For the sake of happiness, they were willing to give it their all. Wasn't it just some wine? Compared to happiness, these were all external things. Therefore, the two of them held their swollen faces and prepared to return. At this moment, they saw Zi-chen take out a long spear from the weapon rack and walk towards the black rock. The black rock was mainly used to test the strength of one's technique. However, the prerequisite was that it was accompanied by a unique weapon. The scratches on the black rock were all left by the original experts. The deepest one was a 5-fingered palm print that was 7 inches deep into the black rock. It was left by a genius expert of the clan. However, they could only leave shallow scars on the black rock. Seeing Zi-chen pick up a weapon, everyone's face was filled with curiosity. They all walked towards the black rock. Gu-mei and Gu-sen also walked over. They were very curious about how strong Zichen was, since he could kill a spirit body. Under everyone's gazes, Zichen struck out with his spear. This was the first move of the heaven-piercing spear art. The long spear streaked across the black rock, and a light flashed. A shallow scar appeared on the black rock. When Zichen made his move, the yuan energy in his hand was completely blocked by the weapon in his hand. Now, a shallow scar appeared on the black rock. It was a sign of Zichen's comprehension of the technique. Compared to the others, Zichen's comprehension of the technique was considered top-notch. However, compared to the scar on the black rock, Zichen's strike was truly insignificant. Seeing the shallow scar, everyone was stunned. They couldn't understand how Zichen could kill a spirit body, but his comprehension of the technique was so weak. However, after the shock passed, a burst of boos came from all around. Big Brother Zichen, you are an existence that can kill a spirit body. Why is your comprehension of the technique so weak? Is this the heaven-piercing spear art? It is known as the most powerful spear art among the ancient techniques. However, when Big Brother Zichen used it, it seems a bit too weak. Big Brother Zichen, you are purposely acting cute to amuse us, right? Everyone spoke one after another. They didn't have any scruples. They had sincere smiles on their faces and appeared very magnanimous. They were obviously mocking Zichen. At this moment, Guhu also stepped forward. When he saw the shallow scar, his face was immediately filled with disdain. Suddenly, his expression changed. He already had a plan in his mind. He then pulled Skinny Monkey over and whispered in his ear, "What? You?" Skinny Monkey's expression changed slightly when he heard it. He then looked at Gu, who with a strange expression. "What you? Hurry up and go. I have full confidence this time." What can a mere Zichen that can kill a spirit body count for? Gu, who had a smug look on his face. Skinny Monkey had no choice but to leave quickly. Let me see. Skinny Monkey left. Gu, who squeezed through the crowd and walked to the front. He reached out his hand and touched the scar. After touching it a few times, he tilted his head and said, "I don't feel anything. This is too shallow." After that, Guhu looked at Zichen and said, "Zichen, as one of the 4 royal tribes, your comprehension of the ancient techniques is really terrible. If you go out like this, you will embarrass the ancient tribes." The people around nodded. Zichen looked at Guhu and smiled without saying a word. He had already guessed that this guy was going to cause trouble again. Chapter 933. The black rock in front of them was square in shape and was as large as a mountain. This was something that the Aboriginals used to test their skills. However, the prerequisite was that they had to use a unique weapon. For example, the long spear in Zichen's hand was completely isolated from elemental energy. When Zichen's attack landed on the black rock, it would show the extent of his comprehension of the skill. At this moment, Guhu was saying that any random person would be able to defeat Zichen. It was obvious that he was looking down on Zichen. However, Zichen didn't sense any hostility from Guhu. He knew that Guhu was merely speaking the truth. However, this truth was truly unpleasant to hear. Beside him, the others laughed and said, "Hey, let me try. I can defeat Big Brother Zichen. I can do it too. My last attack was twice as clear as Big Brother Zichen's." Everyone laughed and stepped forward, eager to give it a try. Skinny Monkey-like shouted, "Let me do it! Let me do it! I'll crush Big Brother Zichen. In the future, I'll go out and tell people that I once crushed Zichen, who killed the spirit body. I'm stronger than Zichen, stronger than the spirit body." Shou Ho stepped forward, but Guhu kicked him away. Guhu thought to himself, "I'm the one in the limelight, not you." When he kicked Shou Ho away, Guhu saw a figure appear in the distance. He was slightly pleased. He looked at Zichen again and said, "Zichen, it's not that I want to criticize you, but the comprehension of techniques is really a technical job. Since everyone is here today, and I'm in the mood, I might as well teach you a few moves. Zichen smiled and asked, teach me a few moves. Do you know the sky-crushing spear art? Gu Hu said seriously, I don't know the sky-crushing spear art, but you're obviously at a disadvantage. As long as you can master one technique, you can master all of them. The most important thing is refinement. Zichen shook his head. I don't understand. It's so profound. Of course you don't understand, but you don't seem convinced. How about this? Let's have a competition, Gu Hu said. Zichen looked at Gu Hu. What competition? Battle power? Come on then. With that, Zichen raised his hand. There were 3 people in the arena whose expressions changed when Zichen raised his palm. The corners of Gu Hu's mouth twitched slightly as he said, Today, we're not competing with our battle prowess. It's meaningless to always be fighting and killing. Today, we're only competing with our comprehension of techniques. Technique comprehension. That's right. Let's attack the Black Rock. Whoever leaves the deepest mark wins, Gu Hu said proudly. However, he seemed to have thought of something and said, No, let's not compete like that. That would be too much of a blow to you. How about this? I'll strike once and leave a scar on it. As long as you can do the same as me, it'll be my loss. Zichen smiled and asked, Wouldn't that be a loss for you? Gu Hu patted Zichen's shoulder and said, We are friends. What's there to be afraid of? Come, Skinny Monkey. Skinny Monkey, who had been kicked out, came forward with a black saber in his hand. He handed the black saber to Gu Hu and said to Zichen, Brother Zichen, all the best. I have high hopes for you. Everyone dispersed and stood in the distance to watch the show. Gu Hu waved his saber, and with a flash of light, a ray of light flashed across the black saber and slashed at the black rock. Instantly, a half-centimeter deep and 10-centimeter long scratch appeared on the black rock. Gu Hu put away his saber and pointed at the scratch on it. Among ancient techniques, this can only be considered as a beginner. Come, try this first and see if it's a beginner. Cheers immediately came from the surroundings. Everyone was cheering for Gu Hu and encouraging Zichen to go forward. Gu Hu is clearly trying to embarrass you today. Devil Ape came to Zichen's side and whispered. The smile on Zichen's face did not fade. He was in a good mood after breaking through. Since everyone was interested in playing, he would accompany them. Zichen walked to the side of the black rock and looked at the mark he had left on it. It was only slightly worse than Gu Hu's. However, Gu Hu was very cunning. He seemed to know that Zichen would not be able to break through, so he deliberately made it deeper than Zichen's. He even said that it was a beginner. It was purely to disgust Zichen. Zichen did not say much and struck again. It was the same move as before, but the swing of the spear was slightly different. Uft! The carvings on the black stone were twice as deep as before, surpassing the carvings left behind by Gu Hu. When Gu Hu saw that Zichen's 2 attacks were so different from each other, a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. Big Brother Zichen, well done. Big Brother Zichen has won. Those who were watching the show began to cheer. In the distance, Guyu, who had arrived, did not go forward. Instead, she stood in the same spot and looked over with mixed feelings. Gu Hu glared at the crowd and said, What do you mean I lost? I was just demonstrating for Zichen. That can only be considered a beginner. Do you think that Gu Hu's comprehension of techniques is inferior to a beginner? After striking twice in a row, Zichen already felt the wonders of the black rock. It was indeed a good thing to test one's comprehension of techniques. Every strike he made could be clearly displayed on it. The areas where he was lacking in strength could also be clearly perceived. He said directly, All right, give me another one. Let me try. All right, you've only just reached the beginner level. Now, I'll give you one that has been at the beginner level for a while. As soon as he finished speaking, the saber flashed and another scratch appeared on the black rock. This time it was deeper, close to 2 centimeters. Moreover, Gu Hu looked as if he had done it casually and effortlessly. Zi Chen's eyes were filled with admiration. Gu, whose comprehension of techniques was indeed very strong. After that, Zi Chen closed his eyes and practiced the sky-piercing spear art in his mind. When he opened his eyes again, he struck again. Uft! There was another scratch on the black rock. It was deeper than the previous one, but shallower than the one left by Gu Hu. Gu Hu's face was immediately filled with pride. The others were also laughing. Big brother Zi Chen, don't be anxious. Do it again. You will definitely defeat him. In the distance, someone was cheering for Zi Chen. Zi Chen's expression was indifferent. He struck 3 times in a row. It was still the same action as before, but he had made some minor changes. The 3 attacks seemed to be about the same, and there was almost no result. Gu Hu said proudly, attack as you please. Don't talk about 3 strikes. Even if it's 30, 300, or even 3,000 strikes, you might not be able to defeat me. Techniques require comprehension. 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 Before Gu Hu could finish his words, it was as if his neck was being strangled. He looked at the black rock in front of him with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. This was because when Zi Chen's 4th strike landed, the scratch he left behind surpassed his previous strike. How can this be? Gu Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. The others were also looking at this scene in astonishment. It seemed that this improvement was too fast. Zi Chen smiled and said, "Come on, let's continue." "All right, that's what you said." Gu Hu took a deep look at Zi Chen, then turned to face the black rock. This time, he took 2 breaths to accumulate his strength before striking. This strike left a mark that was almost an inch deep on the black rock. Looking at this mark, Gu Hu said, "This is considered as having comprehended the technique to the level of small success. Come and try it." In Zi Chen's sea of consciousness, when his perfect spiritual senses were evolving the first move of the sky-piercing spear art, it was also breaking down this move. This move was broken down into movements by his perfect spiritual senses. There were a total of 18 movements, and each of them maintained different postures. At the same time, these 18 movements were each divided into 18 smaller movements. There were a total of 324 smaller movements. These smaller movements were broken down from the 18 larger movements. Furthermore, every 18 smaller movements could become one larger movement. The perfect spiritual senses allowed Zi Chen to remember these 324 smaller movements. After combining these smaller movements, they became 18 larger movements. These 18 larger movements formed the first move of the sky-piercing spear art. Zi Chen struck out with his spear. The 18 movements were done in one go, leaving a deep mark on the black rock. It was unknown whether it was intentional or coincidental, but this strike was deeper than Gu Hu's strike. This time, this strike had reached this requirement. Everyone was stunned. It seemed that this kind of growth was too fast. Zi Chen didn't know that his perfect spiritual senses had such a mysterious method. Previously, he hadn't noticed this special decomposition method. It seemed that it had just started. It seemed that his perfect spiritual senses had become pure. The perfect spiritual sense was an all-around analysis method that left no blind spots. It allowed Zi Chen to see the essence of the technique at an extremely fast speed. Not a single detail would be missed. Thus, he would be able to understand and comprehend the technique at an extremely fast speed. After understanding the first move, Zi Chen's perfect spiritual senses in his sea of consciousness began to decipher the second move. It was still 18 parts. After 18 parts, it was 18 parts again. A total of 300 figures appeared in Zi Chen's sea of consciousness. Gu Hu was comparing the 2 scars. His face was filled with disbelief. Zi Chen's understanding of the innate stage technique was definitely very weak. However, after a few strikes, he had reached the level of small success. Are there any more difficult ones? Zi Chen looked at Gu Hu who had an extremely ugly expression, and asked, "Yes, of course. I'll show you one that has reached large success." Gu Hu glared. "Large success? Gu Hu, are you sure you have reached large success in the technique?" Before Zi Chen could speak, Gu Sun and the rest began to question him. "Humph, you'll know if I've reached large success or not." Gu Hu held a saber and stood in front of the black rock. He held the saber with both hands. The elemental energy in his body surged. His face was unprecedentedly solemn. Windbreaker. Gu Hu maintained this posture for a full 5 breaths of time before he let out a loud shout. After shouting, Gu Hu's body exploded. He held the saber with both hands and slashed at the black rock. The glaring saber light blinded everyone. With a clang, the black saber landed on the black rock and exploded into sparks. Gu Hu landed on the ground with his saber in a half-kneeling position. Sweat dripped from his forehead and his back was completely soaked. It was obvious that the previous attack had consumed a lot of his energy. It wasn't the consumption of elemental energy, but the consumption of mental energy. Everyone's gaze shifted from Gu Hu to the black rock. When they saw the 2-inch deep saber mark, they couldn't help but gasp. Gu Sun's eyes were filled with shock. He sighed. "I didn't expect his understanding of the technique to reach such a level. This is definitely the power of a large success in the technique." Although Gu Mei didn't say anything, a strange light flashed in her eyes. On the surface, she wasn't calm. Chapter 934. Full Mastery. It's really a full mastery. I didn't expect Gu Hu to have practiced the technique to such an extent. When the crowd saw the deep scratches on the black stone, they were all shocked. Following that, a series of exclamations sounded out. Big brother Zi Chen is going to lose. Gu Hu's technique has already reached full mastery. Although big brother Zi Chen's combat strength is strong, he's still a little behind Gu Hu in terms of technique comprehension. He's going to lose this time. Hearing the voices around him, the pride on Gu Hu's face grew. At the same time, he looked proudly at Gu Yu, who was not far away. His face was full of pride, as if to say, "Look, even Zi Chen is inferior to me." In Zi Chen's sea of consciousness, the perfect form of spiritual senses was quickly comprehending the second style of the sky-piercing spear art. There were more than 300 movements in total. Zi Chen's spiritual senses memorized and comprehended them one by one. At this moment, Zi Chen seemed to have returned to the time when he was in the true energy realm. At that time, with the help of the lightning youth, Zi Chen's speed of comprehension was much faster than ordinary people. Now this feeling was back again. However, the difference was that the perfect form of spiritual senses had completely broken down the technique. Moreover, it was more detailed. It was as if there were more than 300 lightning youths practicing the technique in front of him. Zi Chen had spent several years, but his comprehension of the sky-piercing spear art was less than the few breaths of time that he had just spent. At this moment, Zi Chen saw the essence of the sky-piercing spear art. All its secrets and techniques were presented before him. Naturally, it was easy for Zi Chen to comprehend them. Zi Chen looked ahead and didn't make a move immediately. In Gu Hu's opinion, Zi Chen was bound to lose. The pride on his face grew. He said to the crowd, "Look, I've completely destroyed Zi Chen." Everyone laughed. Gu Hu looked at Gu Yu proudly and waved his hand. "Gu Yu, come here and see the results of my recent hard work." Everyone's gazes shifted, and only then did they realize that Gu Yu had unknowingly appeared behind them. They moved to the side, opening up a path for Gu Yu. Gu Yu's complex emotions were instantly suppressed, and he walked over. Gu Hu chuckled when he saw Gu Yu step forward. He pointed at Zi Chen and said, "Gu Yu, look, I've completely crushed Zi Chen. Hee, I've completely crushed him. His technique comprehension is only at the small success stage, while mine is at the large success stage." Hee, large success stage. I'm several times stronger than Zichin. Gu Yu did not look at Gu Hu. Instead, she looked at the scars on his body. Her eyes flashed with brilliance as she praised, not bad. You've made rapid progress recently. Hearing Gu Yu's praise, Gu Hu became even more proud and said proudly, that's right. I completely crushed Zichin. Gu Hu did not know that his words did not elevate his position in Gu Yu's heart. In Gu Yu's heart, he was still her younger brother. She was naturally gratified that her younger brother had grown so much. However, Gu Yu's gaze soon landed on Zichin. Not only did the curiosity in her eyes not diminish, it even intensified. Zichen's understanding of the technique was not deep, but even so he was able to kill so many spirits. If his understanding of the technique was deeper, wouldn't he be even stronger? The more mysterious Zichen was, the more curious she was. At this moment, Zichen opened his eyes and saw Guyu. He smiled and greeted her. Guyu, you're here. Guyu nodded. She had actually arrived a long time ago. She said, I also just arrived. Why? Are you sparring with Guhu? Guhu is still young, so don't lower yourself to his level. Guyu's voice was very gentle. She had never spoken like this before. At this moment, she said, didn't you go out to train? When did you come back? Zichen smiled and said, I just came back. The moment I came back, I tested my technique comprehension. Guyu said gently, technique comprehension requires time. You can take it slowly. There's no need to rush. Besides, little Hu is still young, so don't get serious with him. Zichen smiled and said, I was just playing around. Since Miss Guyu has said so, then let's forget about it. At the side, the more Guyu listened, the more he felt that something was amiss. He could accept being called Little Tiger. After all, he wanted Zichen to suffer in front of Guyu. But why did the two of them only exchange a few words and the situation reversed? It was as if Zichen was very strong and he was very weak. One had to know that his technique comprehension was at the large success stage, while Zichen was only at the small success stage. Therefore, Guhu shouted, Zichen, hurry up. It's your turn. Little Hu, don't be rude to Zichen, Guyu reprimanded Guhu. This is none of your business. Guhu looked at Zichen and said, why? Are you trying to go back on your word? Little Hu, don't overestimate yourself. Zichen has always been going easy on you, Guyu said again. Haha, going easy on me. Guhu laughed and looked around. He looked at the crowd and said, tell me, is Zichen going easy on me? As soon as this was said, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Zichen's rapid improvement had left them speechless. Thinking about how he could kill a spirit body and even kill several of them, it seemed that the possibility of him conceding was very high. Seeing that everyone was speechless, Guhu was angry. He pointed at Skinny Monkey and said, Skinny Monkey, tell me, is Zichen going easy on me? Skinny Monkey looked hesitant. Moments later, he said seriously, Brother Guhu, Brother Zichen might really be going easy on you. Don't forget that he has killed spirit bodies before. Fine, you traitor. Guhu was so angry that he almost kicked Skinny Monkey. His eyes fell on Gusun and Gumei. He first winked at them and then asked, Gusun, Gumei, tell me, is Zichen going easy on me? Gumei first glanced at Zichen and found that he was smiling, and it was the kind of smile that was very confident. His swollen face immediately had a trace of disdain. He thought that Zichen really knew how to pretend. Then he said, of course not. Zichen killing spirits and understanding techniques are two different things. His strength is so strong that it is unique. Killing spirits relies on strength. As for understanding techniques, Zichen is indeed very weak. That's right. Not only is he very weak, he is so weak that it is a mess. The sky-piercing spear art is only at the small success level. Although I dare not say that all of us are at the small success level, at least 90% of us can reach this level. Gusun added, that is why Zichen is not going easy on us. It is all because he is afraid of losing. He is afraid of losing in front of Guyu and embarrassing himself in front of Guyu. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Guhu looked around and thought to himself that these two were really awesome. Their eloquence immediately turned the situation around. Guhu looked at Zichen and said, Zichen, I originally thought that you were very mysterious and thought that you were a god. But I did not expect you to be a vulgar person who is afraid of losing. Your lofty image in my heart has completely collapsed. Originally, I was proud to be your friend, but now I am looking down on you. You actually do not want to recognize your own shortcomings in front of Guyu. Zichen had been smiling as he watched Guhu and the other two's performance. At this moment, he finally said, You really want me to fight? Of course, Guhu said with a righteous face, A loss is a loss and a win is a win. Winning or losing does not matter to me, Guhu. What I want is justice. Everyone understood the innuendo in Guhu's words. Guyu still wanted to say something, but it was obvious that no one would listen to her at this moment. However, when she saw Zichen's extremely confident appearance, her heart calmed down a little. Guhu, are you sure that you want me to fight? Zichen asked again. Of course, Guhu said. Heis. Zichen sighed softly and said, I wanted to give you a chance, but you are too overbearing. Don't blame me after this. At this moment, Zichen raised his head and sighed. It was as if everyone had misunderstood him and was prejudiced against him. It was a feeling that made people want to clench their fists and punch him. A sentence involuntarily appeared in everyone's mind. Don't act cool, or you'll be struck by lightning. Do it. At this moment, everyone was on the same side, and they all wanted Zichen to fight. Big brother Zichen, hurry up and destroy Guhu. That's right, big brother Zichen. Let's see your power. Someone said with an insincere smile. All right then. Zichen could only turn around in front of everyone. He walked to the side and picked up the black spear. In his sea of consciousness, over 300 movements were completed in one go. The long spear in Zichen's hand vibrated rapidly. Under the high-frequency vibrations, Zichen quickly shot out his spear. Puff! There was no deliberate accumulation of energy, nor was there any flash of brilliance. It was just a smooth attack. On the black rock, a deep spear mark appeared instantly. It was unknown if it was a coincidence, but this mark was slightly higher than Guhu's. What? Guhu stared at the spear mark, his eyes filled with disbelief. Gu Sun and Gu Mei looked as if they had seen a ghost. How did he suddenly become so strong? The surrounding people were also in a daze. They did not expect Zichen to surpass Guhu and achieve greater mastery of the technique. Guyu's beautiful eyes flickered with brilliance. It doesn't count. You must have guessed it. A blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. Do it again. Guhu shouted, his face filled with disbelief. Zichen smiled and said, Since you are purely looking for a beating, I won't hold back. With that, Zichen swung his spear again. It was done in one go again, but it instantly left 2 marks on the black rock. When everyone's gaze landed on the black rock, their expressions immediately changed. They were petrified. There were 2 marks. One was 2.5 inches long, and the other was 3 inches long. A 3-inch mark. What kind of concept was this? It was a realm stronger than greater mastery. Was it perfect? Everyone's heart could not help but twitch violently. I knew it. Brother Zichen is able to kill spiritual bodies. His comprehension of the technique is naturally strong. Skinny Monkey was the first to recover from his shock. He said, Brother Guhu, Brother Zichen was giving you face just now. He treated you as a friend and did not want you to embarrass yourself. However, you kept on forcing him. Yeah, Brother Zichen is such a good person. He clearly has strength, but he did not show it. Instead, he gave Guhu a chance. Everyone spoke one after another, as if they already knew. He, whose expression was ugly as he stood there in a daze. Zi-Chen patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Little tiger, the path of cultivation is still very long. We should look forward and not be complacent just because we have a little bit of success, which will cause us to stagnate." After being lectured by Zi-Chen, Black Tiger looked at Gu Sun and Gu Mei. The three of them looked at each other. They thought that they would be able to defeat Zi-Chen and show off. Who knew that they would be defeated by Zi-Chen? The contrast in Zi-Chen's comprehension of the technique before and after made the three of them extremely puzzled. Chapter 935. Hearing the words go back together, Xiaohu's heart couldn't help but twitch violently. He then glared at Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen only smiled without saying a word. Gu Yu asked, "My father has long wanted to meet you. He wants to see the great hero who killed the spirit body. Zi-Chen, do you have time today?" Zi-Chen ignored Gu, whose pleading gaze, and smiled. "I just came back. Since the great beauty Gu Yu invited me, I have to squeeze some time out, even if I don't have time." Gu Yu's face immediately turned red. Gu Hu thought to himself, "It's over." He then quickly looked at Gu Mei and Gu Sun. The three of them were communicating with their eyes. Zi-Chen paused for a moment and said, "But I'm afraid it's not good for me to go alone. Can I bring my brother along?" Zi-Chen was naturally referring to the devil ape. Gu Yu nodded, "Sure." Gu Hu thought to himself, "There's hope." His gaze immediately changed, as if urging the two. The crowd dispersed. Gu Yu brought Zi-Chen back to her house. Behind her were the unhappy Gu Hu and the devil ape. Seeing Gu Hu's expression, the devil ape chuckled. In front of them, Gu Yu asked Zi-Chen about the matter of killing the spirit body. She asked very carefully, and her eyes flashed with a colorful light. "You seem to be very interested in the spirit body." Zi-Chen suddenly asked. Gu Yu was startled. Her expression changed slightly as she said, "The spirit body is said to be invincible. It's said to be miraculous. Once, it even killed a genius of our ancient race. That genius was very strong, and his comprehension of techniques was even more advanced. Even so, he was still killed. It's not just me, but all of the ancient race are very curious about the spirit body." Just as they were talking, the two of them arrived at Gu Yu's house. As soon as they reached the door, a burly man who resembled Gu Hu walked out. When he saw Zi-Chen in front of him, his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "This must be little friend Zi-Chen. Come in quickly." Zi-Chen greets uncle. "This is my brother, the devil ape." Zi-Chen introduced. Gu Hu's father was very gratified when he heard the word uncle. He looked at the devil ape and laughed. "Haha, the sky-splitting battle ape bloodline is very strong. Come in quickly, come in quickly." The devil ape nodded, but didn't say anything. He really couldn't bring himself to call the other party uncle. Just as they entered and sat down, a beautiful woman came to pour water for Zi-Chen and the others. She was Gu Hu's mother. Gu Hu called out when she came in. It was obvious that the woman doted on Gu Hu. After pouring the tea, she left with Gu Yu. "Haha, an esteemed guest has arrived. Gu Yu is going to personally cook and display her culinary skills. This old fellow is in for a treat." Gu Hu's father laughed heartily. Gu Hu's father's questions were almost all related to Gu Yu. For example, "Zi-Chen, what do you think of Gu Yu?" "Zi-Chen, when did you meet Gu Yu?" Zi-Chen responded to them one by one with an awkward expression. It was as if he was meeting the parents. Soon, a large table of dishes was placed on the table. The dishes were exquisite and delicious. It was obvious that Gu Yu's culinary skills were not bad. A woman like her could be said to be a good cook. Of course, she wasn't weak either. "Zi-Chen, I heard that you have a good tolerance for alcohol. Come, let's have a toast." During the meal, Gu Hu's father said the most. His face was flushed, and it was obvious that he was very happy. Moreover, during the banquet, it wasn't hard to tell that he wanted to matchmake the two of them. Guyu sat beside Zichin. From the moment they sat at the table, her face was flushed red, and she would occasionally pick up food for Zichin. In the banquet, the one who felt the most uncomfortable was Guhu. However, unlike his usual self, he didn't immediately fly into a rage. Instead, he looked at Zichin with a hint of resentment. The family's enthusiasm, coupled with Guyu's gentleness, made Zichin restless. He couldn't take it. On the other hand, the devil ape was carefree and ate very comfortably. After the meal, Zichin felt as if he was in a life-and-death battle with a spirit body. His head was dizzy and his body was a little staggered. His whole body was weak. Gu, whose father suggested that they go back to their room to rest, but Zichin refused. Zichin and the devil ape came out. A cool breeze blew past and he exhaled. He instantly felt refreshed. Beside him, the devil ape smiled but didn't say anything. Guyu and Gu who sent the two out. During this time, the two were silent and didn't speak. Zichin usually didn't speak much. Now that he was with Guyu, he didn't know what to say. Guyu had something on her mind, so she didn't speak. After sending them out for 100 meters, Guyu went back. Gu used this as an excuse to chat with Zichin. Zichin, don't think that Guyu likes you. She doesn't like you, Gu said seriously. Zichin looked at Gu and didn't say anything. Why? You don't believe me? Gu glared. I know that she wants to be with you. My father doesn't object. However, it's not because she likes you. It's because you killed a spirit body. This has to do with the spirit body. Zichin's eyes had a hint of curiosity. Of course. It's because the spirit body is what Guyu hates the most. It's also what the ancient race hates the most, Gu said. Why? You should have seen the palm print on the black stone, right? Gu asked. Zichin nodded. I saw it. It's 7 inches deep. My understanding of the technique is flawless. That was left behind by our clan's genius, Gu Shao. He's a true genius of our clan, a genius comparable to the spirit body. He's our idol. Following that, Guhu's expression turned gloomy. He whispered, but he was killed by the spirit body on the ancient road of the ancient trial. Zichin immediately understood what Guhu meant. He then asked, You're saying that the spirit body killed Gu Shao, and I killed the spirit body. Could it be that Gu Shao is related to Guyu? He's Guyu's brother, Guhu said. Brother. Zichin was stunned. He didn't expect this. In his opinion, Gu Shao should be Guyu's lover. The spirit body killed Guyu's brother. Therefore, Guyu swore that she would marry anyone who could kill the spirit body and avenge her brother. Guhu said, Is the spirit body I killed coincidentally the existence that killed her brother? Zichin asked. Guhu said, Of course not. You just happened to kill the spirit body. In Guyu's heart, as long as you kill the spirit body, it's fine. Because she doesn't know who the enemy is. She just knows that it's the spirit body. Therefore, Guyu doesn't like you. Zichin looked at Guhu and said, You only found out about this today, right? Guhu was stunned. How did you know? Zichin sneered. If you knew, you wouldn't have fought with me for no reason. You would have taken me to the elders immediately after I appeared and thought of a way to chase me away, right? You're very smart. Yes, I only found out today, so I regret it. If I knew, I would have ignored you. Now there's nothing left. Zichin patted Guhu's shoulder. You're honest. But don't worry, I'll leave soon. I won't have anything to do with Guyu. Guhu's face immediately lit up, but his expression quickly changed. No, if you leave quietly, Guyu will catch up to you. I know her personality. Zichin moved his hand away from Guhu's shoulder and turned to leave. He said, Don't worry, I left the ancient path. She won't be able to find me if I return to the martial sky continent. On the way back, the devil ape looked at Zichin and said, You're really fated to be in love. Zichin bitterly smiled. This is called lying down. Who would have thought that there would be such a thing after killing the spirit body? While they were talking, the two of them noticed two people looking in their direction. Zichen looked at the two of them and asked, "What are you two doing here? Don't tell me you're planning to ambush us?" The two of them walked out. They were Gu Mei and Gu Sun. They arrived in front of Zichen, and with a flash of light, a dozen jade bottles appeared in their hands. Chen didn't need to open them to know that they were filled with wine. "Oh, you brought good wine. Are you apologizing to me?" Chen asked with a smile. The two of them didn't want to anger Chen. Gu Sun said, "Apologizing is one thing, but the other is because of Guyu. You should stay away from her. She belongs to our ancient race and our world. You don't belong to this world." Seeing their resolute expressions, Zichen smiled. "All right, I'll take it." After saying that, Zichen put away the jade bottles and left with the devil ape. The two of them were stunned. Gu Sun asked. He didn't say anything. "What does that mean?" Gu Mei said, "Stupid." Not saying anything means he agreed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken our things. Gu Sun hesitated. "What if he goes back on his word? I stole it from my family." Gu Mei said, "That's impossible. Zichen is an expert who killed a spirit. Normally, such an expert would never go back on his word." After leaving, Zichen went to find Gu Xiuda. After seeing Zichen, Gu Xiuda's eyes lit up. "You actually broke through. Complete core realm, but I'm still a bit away from the mortal realm." Zichen said. Gu Xiuda gestured for Zichen to sit down. He said, "Don't worry. Stabilize your realm first. It might be easier for others to break through to the mortal realm, but you have 3 pages of the heavenly book. Your essence, chi, and spirit are all perfect. Once you break through to the mortal realm, it will be a perfect breakthrough. There won't be any flaws in your body. Therefore, it will be more difficult for you to break through." 2 things, Zichen said. "The first thing is to ask about the other forces. Can I leave now? The other thing is about my comprehension of the technique. The sky-piercing spear art has 8 moves in total, but I've only practiced the first 2. Why did they say that I have reached the level of complete mastery?" "Them." "Which them?" Gu Xiuda was confused. "It's Gu Hu and the others. Those little bastards." Gu Xiuda couldn't help but laugh. "Little bastards? You called them little bastards?" Zichen was startled. "If they aren't little bastards, then what are they? They don't know how to properly practice their techniques. Once they master half a move, they call it small mastery or complete mastery." Gu Xiuda sighed. "It's easier said than done to reach complete mastery in ancient techniques. Even if they reach complete mastery, it's enough to shake the entire sky martial continent." After pausing for a moment, Gu Xiuda looked at Zichen. "You saw the handprint on the black stone, right?" Zichen nodded. Chapter 936. After leaving Gu Xiuda's place, Zichen returned to his residence. The devil ape wasn't in his room. Obviously, he was fighting with someone in the square. After returning, Zichen sat down cross-legged and continued to comprehend the sky-piercing spear art with his perfect spiritual sense. The sky-piercing spear art had a total of 8 moves. In the past few years, Zichen had only comprehended 2 moves. These 2 moves had reached perfection today. As for the remaining 6 moves, he would have to slowly comprehend them. His perfect spiritual sense was breaking down the 3rd move, but Zichen found that the speed was not as fast as before. Not only was it not fast, but it was also much slower. Zichen couldn't help but guess that it was because he had never comprehended the 3rd move of the sky-piercing spear art. Or maybe the 3rd move was more difficult. His perfect spiritual sense wasn't pure, so the speed was very slow. This kind of comprehension lasted for an entire night. In one night, the 3rd move only had 9 clones. Compared to before, the speed of comprehension was like heaven and earth. In one day and one night, he could only divide the third move into 18 clones. After that, he spent another 18 days and nights to divide the third move into 300 clones. In this way, if Zi-Chan wanted to comprehend the third move quickly, he would need at least 20 days. Although 20 days sounded slow, it was actually very fast. If others knew that he could comprehend the first move of the sky-piercing spear art in 20 days, their jaws would drop to the ground. This was because the speed was too fast. An ordinary Xiantian martial artist might not be able to comprehend the first move to perfection in 10 or 20 days, let alone 20 days. Zi-Chen stayed in his room and didn't leave. During this time, Guyu came a few times, but Zi-Chen was in seclusion. She didn't disturb him. The devil ape rarely came back. It stayed in the square almost all the time, looking for people to fight. During the battles, its realm had reached the peak of the primal core realm. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Zi-Chen appeared beside the black stone again. After a month of seclusion, he came here directly. Obviously, he wanted to test his comprehension of the technique. Everyone came over, wanting to see if Zi-Chen had made any progress in the past month. Big brother Zi-Chen, you want to test your technique again? A month has passed. Big brother Zi-Chen must have made a lot of progress. Everyone stepped forward and inquired. The devil ape brought the black spear for Zi-Chen. In this 1 month, Zi-Chen had spent 20 days comprehending the third style of the sky-piercing spear art. The remaining 10 days were spent familiarizing himself with the original techniques. Because he had already comprehended these techniques before, his perfect origin energy was able to break them down very quickly. In just 10 short days, Zi-Chen had improved at lightning speed. According to Gu and the others' calculations, all of Zi-Chen's techniques had reached greater mastery. Zi-Chen held the black spear in his hand. As everyone held their breaths, he swept the spear forward. His movements were smooth. Suddenly, the spear shone with a bright light. There was a sharp aura in the light. Then, the spear landed on the black stone. A clanging sound rang out, and sparks appeared on the black stone. A 4-inch deep spear mark appeared on the black stone. Seeing the effect of Zi-Chen's grab, everyone's expression changed greatly. In just a month, Zi-Chen had improved so much. Zi-Chen was quite satisfied with this attack. After that, he attacked a few more times, and the difference between the attacks was not big. It had to be mentioned that the marks that Zi-Chen had left behind on the black stone had all disappeared. It was not that the people had deliberately touched them, but that the black stone had automatically recovered. Only by penetrating more than 7 inches deep would one be able to stay here forever. On this gigantic black stone, there was only a permanent palm print. This training ground was specially prepared for the elemental elixir realm cultivators of the ancient race. Once they broke through to the mortal origin realm, they would have to leave this place and train on the ancient road. The one who left this palm print was Gu Shao. For him to be able to train a Xiantian-level ancient technique to this extent when he was only at the origin elixir realm, he was undoubtedly extraordinary. How is this possible? How can he improve so quickly in a month? The speed of Zi-Chen's improvement in a month left everyone in a state of shock. Gu Hu and the rest were the same. They looked at Zi-Chen as if they were looking at a monster. One had to know that this technique was extremely difficult to master. It would take an unimaginable amount of time to fully comprehend it. But Zi-Chen's next move was undoubtedly telling everyone that the shock wasn't over, but just the beginning. Zi-Chen threw away the long spear and picked up a pair of black gloves. The material of the gloves was almost the same as the long spear, but it was much softer and had an extremely strong toughness. Wearing this pair of gloves, whether it was making hand seals, palm strikes, or punches, all of the elemental energy would be blocked. Not counting the heaven-piercing spear art, Zi-Chen had mastered 4 offensive techniques. They were Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang, which he inherited from the sun and moon inheritance. He also had the perfect strength technique, the Xiantian level tyrannical fist, and the heavenly thunder seal. Ziqin formed the extreme yang first. As he formed a hand seal, a strange energy appeared between his fingers. Then, a golden light flashed as the golden sun moved. A 4-inch mark appeared on the black stone. Next was the silver half-moon. Its power was similar to the golden sun. Next was the tyrannical fist. When Ziqin punched the black stone, a 4-inch mark immediately appeared on it. Ziqin had mastered many techniques and had a deep understanding of them. Everyone was amazed. Ziqin did not use the heavenly thunder seal. He clenched his fist again and punched out. This punch was different from the overbearing fist from before. This punch used the strength of his body. Although it was mostly blocked by the black gloves, there was still a sense of enlightenment that came out of his body. Boom! This punch caused the black stone to tremble. Then, a 6-inch mark appeared in everyone's sight. Seeing this fist mark, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Obviously, they were completely shocked. The strength fist technique was something that Ziqin had learned a long time ago. Ziqin had been studying this technique for decades. Coupled with the decomposition of his perfect spiritual sense, his improvement was the fastest. Ziqin took off his gloves and looked at the mark on the black stone with a satisfied expression. He had stayed here for several months. In these few months, Ziqin's improvement could be said to be huge. Compared to a few months ago, Ziqin was much stronger in terms of realm and comprehension of the technique. After Ziqin stopped punching, everyone came forward and asked Ziqin about his comprehension of the technique. Of course, Ziqin didn't have any insights. He had improved so quickly because of his perfect spiritual sense. After casually giving a few pointers, Ziqin left the square under everyone's admiring gazes and went to find Gushyoda. When he saw Gushyoda, Ziqin went straight to the point and asked if he could leave. Gushyoda pondered for a moment and said, "During this period of time, the 5 elemental forces haven't caused any trouble for us, so they obviously don't know that you're here. Instead, they've sent people to look for you in other places, and they're trying to find where you came from. Therefore, it's safest for you to stay here." Ziqin didn't answer immediately. He looked at Gushyoda and said, "I have something to trouble you with. I hope you can help me." "Tell me. As long as I can help, I will." Ziqin said, "I want to trouble you to find my friends and give them 3 techniques." Gushyoda looked at Ziqin and said, "You should be talking about the 3 perfect chapters of essence, chi and soul, right?" Ziqin nodded and said, "That's right. They haven't stepped into the mortal origin stage yet. These 3 chapters will be very useful to them. They haven't broken through yet, so they are indeed very useful. However, this will break the rules of the ancient road." Gushyoda's face immediately showed a difficult expression. "Can't you make an exception? It's just giving them techniques. It won't interfere with anything else." Ziqin said unwillingly. This time, Gushyoda pondered for a long time. After a while, he said, "All right, I'll make an exception this time." Ziqin hurriedly expressed his thanks. Searching for people on the ancient road required a lot of time and a lot of rules. This was already beyond Gushyoda's ability. However, with his connections, he could still find a few people and give them some things. However, he would also have to pay a price. After that, Ziqin took out many gold and jade pieces and gave them to Gushyoda in groups of 3. After Gushyoda took them, Ziqin took out another 4 jade pieces and put them on the table. He said, "These are the perfect body arts and perfect spiritual sense arts. They are for the aboriginals." This time, Gushyoda did not decline and directly accepted it. As for why Ziqin did not give him the perfect origin force, it was because the aboriginals already had such a technique. In the cultivation method that Little Tiger and the others cultivated, there were traces of the perfect origin force. However, They were unable to cultivate the perfect origin force because, in this world, only those who possessed the heavenly book could cultivate the perfect origin force. The origin force that others cultivated would more or less have flaws. It was just like the perfect body. Even if one was born with a perfect body, without the corresponding perfect body arts, the perfect body would be incomplete. Zi-Chen's main purpose was to give these jade pieces. As for leaving, it could wait. A light flashed through Gu Xiuda's eyes as he watched Zi-Chen leave. He sighed and said, "What an eventful year." Zi-Chen had just left Gu Xiuda's place when he bumped into Guyu. To tell the truth, Guyu was very beautiful. Her appearance, figure, and power left Zi-Chen speechless. However, Zi-Chen didn't want to have anything to do with her. Furthermore, he wasn't someone who would fall in love with anyone he saw. Seeing Guyu, Zi-Chen instinctively wanted to dodge, but it seemed there was nowhere to run. "You want to leave this place?" Guyu stared at Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen smiled and greeted. "Guyu, what a coincidence." Guyu asked, "Do you want to leave?" "Yes, I don't belong to this world. I'll soon leave with the devil ape and return to the martial heaven continent," said Zi-Chen. "I'll go with you," said Guyu directly. Guyu's straightforwardness gave Zi-Chen a headache. He asked, "Why do you want to leave with me? You killed a spirit body. I once swore that I would marry someone who killed a spirit body." Zi-Chen helplessly said, "I'm not the only one who killed a spirit body. I've also killed a perfect body. Furthermore, I already have a wife." "I don't care," said Guyu. "You don't care, but I care. My wife also cares." Zi-Chen was extremely serious. "Furthermore, I've offended the 5 elements powers, the Heavenly Kill Alliance, the Sword Sect, and the Tyrant Body Bloodline. I've offended all the superpowers of the martial heaven continent. Following me will only make you die faster." Chapter 937. Zi-Chen didn't know how he left, but he could imagine his appearance. He must have been running away in a sorry state, like a deserter who had lost a battle. Zi-Chen's relationship was mostly passive, and he rarely took the initiative. When he was with Shang Guanyu, he was completely passive. However, they did develop feelings for each other later on. However, Zi-Chen had only seen Guyu a few times, and Zi-Chen hadn't even looked at Guyu closely. Now, Guyu wanted to leave with him. That wasn't all. The most important thing was that Guyu didn't want to leave because of her feelings for him, but because of an oath. The two of them didn't understand each other. Once they were together, it would cause a lot of awkwardness. Furthermore, Zi-Chen had so many enemies. Once he stepped out of here, he would be hunted down endlessly. Once the fact that he possessed the 3 pages of the heavenly book was exposed, Zi-Chen would have to face the wrath of the entire martial sky continent. Thus, under such circumstances, it was even more impossible for Zi-Chen to bring Guyu away, even if she insisted on following him. He felt that facing Guyu was even more terrifying than facing a spirit body. Zi-Chen ran away in a sorry state. Along the way, he saw many ancient race clans. He rarely lost his composure as he ran straight to his residence. Guyu looked at Zi-Chen running away in a sorry state, and her tears naturally fell. Inside the house, Gu Xiuda saw the scene and sighed, "What a good girl! This brat really doesn't know how to treat a girl well." Furthermore, there are many people in this world who have 3 wives and 4 concubines. She doesn't care, so why do you care? Towards the end, Gu Xiuda couldn't help laughing. Furthermore, he was scared away. He might be an invincible expert in the future, but he was scared away by a little girl's confession. Zi-Chen ran away in a sorry state. Guyu was practically crying as she ran back. She had never been rejected by anyone before. There were many people who chased after her, but today she was rejected by Zi-Chen. He directly rejected her without any feelings. Guyu directly locked herself in her room, allowing her parents to knock on the door. "Little Yu, what happened?" asked Guhu's mother. Only cries came from the room. Guyu didn't answer. Gu Hu's father looked at the tightly shut door and whispered, I think it has something to do with Zi Qin. Zi Qin. That's right. Lil, you probably went to look for Zi Qin just now. You should know Lil Yu's temper. Once she has decided on something, she will never change her mind. Moreover, Gu Shao is very important in her heart. He is both her brother and her father, Gu Hu's father said. Are you saying that she went to find Zi Chen to confess, but was rejected? Gu Hu's mother was astonished. That should be the case. How is that possible? Do you believe that the number of aboriginals chasing after our little Yu could line up from here to the martial arts arena? Do you believe that there is anyone in this world who can reject little Yu's confession? Gu Hu's mother looked at Gu Hu's father. Gu Hu's father said awkwardly, Of course, I didn't believe it in the past. Little Yu is like a fairy who has descended to the mortal world. She is rare in this world. Whoever she fancies, they will all be blessed by their ancestors. However, she met Zi Qin. You have seen Zi Qin before. That brat is very strong, but he is a blockhead. Previously, I kept reminding him during the banquet, but he didn't respond at all. Moreover, from the looks of it, it was as though our little Yu couldn't get married and was rushing to give herself to him. Zi Qin has killed several spirit bodies. It is natural for him to be arrogant. However, our little Yu is definitely not bad. She is compatible with Zi Qin. Gu Hu's mother looked at Gu Hu's father and suggested, Why don't you look for Zi Qin and ask Zi Qin what his intentions are? During the conversation, Gu Yu's cries didn't stop. Gu Hu's father nodded and said, All right, I'll go look for Zi Qin now. As for here, I'll leave it to you. Gu Hu's mother nodded, and Gu Hu's father left. After Zi Qin returned, he immediately felt upset. Being liked was a good thing, but being liked by a vow wasn't a good sign. Although he didn't know Gu Yu well, Zi Qin could guess that she was a stubborn person. Therefore, this matter shouldn't be counted. Forget it. Since I have to leave sooner or later, it's better to leave early. Zi Qin prepared to call the devil ape and leave early. However, before he could leave, a person arrived at the door. Uncle. Seeing Gu Hu's father, Zi Qin was surprised. Zi Qin, are you leaving? Gu Hu's father asked when he saw Zi Qin rushing out. Oh no, that's not it. Uncle, why are you here? Please come in. I've just deepened my understanding of the technique, so I'm going to the training field to practice. Zi Qin gestured for Gu Hu's father to come in, and at the same time told a small lie. Young people diligently cultivating is a good sign, Gu Hu's father praised. After that, Gu Hu's father asked, Zi Qin, are you used to living here? It's okay, it's not bad, Zi Qin replied. Have you eaten lunch? You're already a cultivator. You won't starve to death even if you skip a few meals. The two exchanged questions and answers like this. After a cup of tea's worth of time, Gu Hu's father asked some useless pleasantries. Zi Qin finally couldn't help but ask, Uncle, you must have a reason for coming here to find me, right? Gu Hu's father looked deeply at Zi Qin and said, Originally, an old man like me didn't want to get involved in the matters of you youngsters. However, little Yu came back crying today and locked herself in her room. Now, she's still crying nonstop. I just wanted to ask if little Yu saw you. Zi Qin immediately felt a headache coming on, but he could only nod and say, We met. She asked if I was leaving and said that she wanted to follow me. Then what did you say to make her cry? Zi Qin thought for a moment, then awkwardly said, I said a lot at that time, but I can't remember what I said. I think I was stunned at that time. Stunned? Zi Qin nodded. And I was stunned. Oh no, I was panicking. What are you panicking about? Is my little Yu not worthy of you? Zi Qin hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, I'm not worthy of Gu Yu. Moreover, Uncle must know my current situation. I'm completely taking refuge here. Once I leave, my chances of survival are slim. If Gu Yu follows me, she naturally won't be happy. Moreover, I might lose my life at any time. Uncle, Are you going to watch Guyu jump into a fire pit? Gu, whose father was stunned by Zi Chen's words, but soon a trace of sadness flashed across his face. He sighed and said, "Little Yu's life is tough. Little Yu lost her parents when she was young. It was her elder brother, who was also her father, Gu Shao, who brought her up. Gu Shao is also the person closest to her. Gu Shao is also a genius, a true genius of the ancient race. Little Yu has seen Gu Shao as her idol since she was young. She said that if she were to marry when she grew up, she would marry someone as strong as her elder brother. When Gu Yu was 13, Gu Shao reached the great circle of Primal Core Realm. According to our rules, he had to go out and train. At that time, Little Yu cried her heart out, but rules are rules and no one can break them. Zi Chen seemed to see a handsome youth leaving a 7-inch palm print on the black stone with a wave of his hand. Then, he waved at Gu Yu and left confidently. However, he also seemed to see Gu Yu's sad expression at that time. Her only family member was going to leave, and to go on a dangerous trial at that. This was not something that everyone could accept. Moreover, Gu Yu was only 13 years old at that time. She was still just a child. After Gu Shao left, Little Yu lived in my house. Her father and I were brothers, and I always treated Little Yu as my own daughter. 10 years later, my wife and I finally had a child. It was Little Yu's younger brother. Gu Shao had already been gone for 10 years, and Little Yu was already 23 years old. However, she still talked about Gu Shao every day. 5 years later, when Little, who was 5 years old, the news came that Gu Shao had encountered a spirit body on the ancient road of the trial and died in battle. I remember that when Little Yu heard the news, she fainted and only woke up 10 days later. 10 days later, Little Yu's personality changed greatly. She was cold to many people, but she was always very good to Little Hu. Moreover, we remember very clearly that after Little Yu woke up, she cried. After crying, she knelt on the ground and swore that she would marry anyone who could kill a spirit body. She would give her life to him, even if that person was of a different race. Gu, whose father played it down, but Zi Chun could feel the despair in Gu Yu's heart at that time. Other than despair, there was also hatred. That was why she made the vow. At that time, we were worried that Little Yu would commit suicide, so we protected her day and night. However, we found that it was completely unnecessary. The hatred in her heart did not decrease, and she kept waiting for someone to kill a spirit body. This wait lasted for more than 100 years, and during this time, Little Yu rejected all suitors. Time can erase everything. Even if it was hatred, Little Yu still had a long life ahead of her. We were not in a hurry for her to marry until the hatred in her heart subsided. However, who would have thought that 2.5 years ago, the news of you killing a spirit body would come? At that time, Little Yu's heart seemed to have come back to life, and a smile appeared on her face once again. Although she never said that she would look for you, she cultivated even harder. We knew that this was a sign that she was going to leave, but we were not in a hurry because we knew that you had already left, and it was impossible for you to meet Little Yu. Who would have thought that 2 years later, you would actually appear here by accident? Gu, whose father looked at Zichen and said, "We did not want to make things difficult for you. Naturally, we could not allow Little Yu to go on an adventure with you. However, she is a woman of few words and has an unyielding character. If we did not agree, I'm afraid that Little Yu would do something that we would not be able to bear." Zichen frowned. He did not expect things to turn out like this. However, he did not have a future. So how could he give Guyu a future? Therefore, he did not soften his heart and said, "Uncle, how about this? The devil ape, and I will leave now. Guyu doesn't know about this anyway. At worst, you can ask her to cultivate diligently and enter the ancient road. After she succeeds and comes out, you can come and look for me." Gu, whose father hesitated for a moment before saying, "It seems we can only do this. Zichen, thank you." Although entering the ancient road was dangerous, It was much less dangerous than being chased by so many powers. The two of them had just come to an agreement when the door to Zi-Chen's room opened with a bang. Guyu walked in. She stared at Zi-Chen and asked, "Zi-Chen, I'll ask you one last time. Will you take me with you?" "Guyu, I already told you that once I leave, there will be trouble. There will be danger." Guyu interrupted Zi-Chen. "If you're a man, then be a little more straightforward. Just say it. Are you taking me or not?" Zi-Chen also looked at Guyu and directly said, "No." Chapter 938. Without another word, Guyu broke her heart and committed suicide. Her decisiveness caused the two men's expressions to change. Guyu's father stood there dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. On the other hand, Zi-Chen's reaction was extremely fast. He instantly appeared in front of Guyu and blocked the attack before it spread to her spiritual sea. Although he managed to protect her spiritual sea and spiritual sense, the destructive energy in her body had severely damaged her body. Without another word, Zi-Chen immediately took out a treasure pill and fed it to Guyu. However, Guyu's face was filled with the will to die. The origin energy in abdomen surged crazily, a sign that she was about to explode. Guyu's unyielding nature was something Zi-Chen had never seen before. However, after thinking about it, he understood that she had always been worried about her brother. Her brother's death was a blood feud, but she knew that she couldn't avenge him, so she had made a solemn vow. Now that her spiritual body was destroyed, her revenge could be considered complete. She had wanted to live and die with Zi-Chen, but Zi-Chen had directly rejected her. She felt that there was no longer any meaning in living. This suicide attempt wasn't purely because of Zi-Chen, but more because of Gu Shao. However, since Zi-Chen was here, he naturally couldn't watch Guyu die in front of him. The perfect origin energy in his body surged crazily and entered Guyu's body, directly suppressing the tyrannical origin energy. "Little you, why are you doing this?" At this time, Guyu's father's sorrowful voice rang out. He quickly rushed forward and supported Guyu. Guyu glared hatefully at Zi-Chen. She didn't say anything, but her meaning was clear. "Since you won't take me away, why save me?" Zi-Chen did not open his mouth. After suppressing Guyu's tyrannical dantian, he sealed her yuan power. At the same time, he activated the energy of the treasure pill and began to heal Guyu's injured body. Guyu didn't appreciate it. She tried to struggle, but was firmly held down by Zi-Chen. At this time, Guyu discovered that the gap between her and Zi-Chen was too great. Facing Zi-Chen, she couldn't resist at all. This wasn't something to be proud of, so Zi-Chen immediately carried Guyu back to the room and placed her on the bed. He sighed and said, "Why did you do this for no reason? Others want to live but can't, but you didn't cherish your life." Zi-Chen's comforting words sounded more like a reprimand. Guyu, who had mostly recovered, immediately turned her head to the side. However, she smelled the scent of a man on the bed. She knew that this was Zi-Chen's residence and immediately got up to leave. However, with her strength sealed, she was like a mortal. With such a heavy injury, the moment she moved, she felt an unbearable pain in her body. She was stubborn, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, but she didn't make a sound. "Xiaoyu, why are you doing this?" Gu, whose father also came to her side. His eyes were filled with helplessness, and he looked much more haggard. Guyu gently bit her lips, but didn't say anything. During this time, Zi-Chen kept looking at Guyu, but he couldn't do anything to her. After a while, Guyu turned to look at Zi-Chen. Her eyes were firm, and she said in a weak voice, "You can stop me once, but you can't stop me forever. If you don't want to take me away, I'll go find my brother." "Xiaoyu, don't take things too hard." Gu, whose father immediately burst into tears. Zi-Chen's brows furrowed. He didn't know what to do with Guyu. Pausing for a moment, Zi-Chen thought of an idea and said, "If you want me to take you away, it's not impossible, but you have to promise me one thing." Guyu looked at Zi-Chen. Her firm expression seemed to say, "Let alone one, even 10 of me are fine. I'm all yours." "Wait for me," Zichen said. Gu Yu rolled her eyes. She was about to move, but her eyebrows furrowed. Clearly, she had once again aggravated her injuries. However, with the pill, her fatal injuries were much better. Zichen acted as if he didn't see Gu Yu's expression. "This is my principle and also my promise. Although I, Zichen, am not an indomitable person, I'm a man of my word. I won't let my woman take this risk with me. Wait for me here. If it's fast, it'll be 10 years. If it's slow, it'll be 50 years. Once I've dealt with everything in the outside world, I'll come back to find you." "You're lying," Gu Yu said. Zichen stared into Gu Yu's eyes and said solemnly, "If I wanted to lie to you, I would have done so long ago. I have my own forces in the outside world. This time, I've offended many forces. Once they find my base, they'll definitely cause trouble for them. I have to go and deal with them." Zichen waved his hand, stopping Gu Yu from speaking. "Don't tell me that we're going to live and die together. I, Zichen, won't die so easily. Not to mention, I'm alone, and I have the fastest speed in the world. If you want to kill me successfully, it will be very difficult. Furthermore, I won't let you take this risk with me, because I'm a man." Gu Yu seemed to be moved by Zichen's words. A trace of hesitation appeared on her face, but after a moment she resolutely said, "If you die, I'll kill myself." Zichen laughed heartily at her words, and a burst of confidence appeared in his heart. "I have the power of perfection, so I won't die so easily. Oh, right, let me tell you something. As long as you're my woman, your heart must be strong. Don't believe any news of my death. As long as you don't see my lifeless corpse with your own eyes, even if you see the things I used, don't believe that I'm dead. Because my life is very tough. I've encountered many dangers along the way, but I'm still alive." Gu Yu's injuries had already completely healed. She sat up on the bed and nodded seriously. Zichen inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. This matter had finally been resolved. When the devil ape returned, it discovered bloodstains outside the room. It hastened its footsteps and entered the room, just in time to see the 3 of them. A trace of astonishment appeared on its face. Gu Yu had just gotten off the bed, which was Zichen's bed. When she saw the devil ape return, it stared at her in astonishment, and a trace of embarrassment appeared in its eyes. Once again, the bashful expression of a young woman appeared on her face. She lowered her head and said, "Then I'll be heading back." "All right, I'll send you off." Zichen nodded. After that, the devil ape looked on in shock as the 3 of them left. Among the 3 of them, the one who was the happiest was Gu Hu's father. He was very satisfied with how Zichen had handled this matter. Before he left, he smiled and invited Zichen, "Zichen, come to my house for lunch tomorrow. Little Yu will personally cook." Zichen seemed to have forgotten what had just happened. He smiled and said, "Sure. I've been thinking about this ever since I tasted Gu Yu's cooking. It's just that you guys haven't invited me yet, so I feel bad about freeloading." Gu Yu's face flushed red when she heard this. When Zichen returned to his residence, the devil ape was sitting there. When it saw Zichen enter, it looked at him strangely. "AI, it's a long story." Zichen sighed. However, he didn't say what had happened. Since he had promised Gu Yu, he naturally couldn't leave right away. Thus, Zichen stayed for a few more days. During these few days, other than cultivating, Zichen spent the rest of his time with Gu Yu. The 2 of them seemed to have deliberately forgotten the unhappiness from before. They chatted and laughed like a celestial couple, causing others to be envious of them. On the surface, Zichen was still the idol of everyone. However, in the dark, everyone held a clear opposition to Zichen hooking up with Gu Yu. It could even be said that they were envious, jealous, and resentful. A month later, everyone gathered in the square. This was because Zichen and the devil ape were going to leave today. Everyone's faces were filled with reluctance, especially when they found out that only Ziqin and the devil ape were going to leave. Their hearts bloomed with joy, and the reluctance on their faces became even stronger. "Wait for me." Ziqin waved to everyone. Finally, he transmitted a message to Guyu. Guyu nodded heavily at Ziqin and waved her hand. "Big brother Ziqin, goodbye." This was Shouho's sincere voice, representing the majority of the ancient race members. "Goodbye, Ziqin." This was Guhu's voice. Not only was there no sincerity in his words, but he was also urging Ziqin to leave. Moreover, it seemed like he wanted to never see him again. Ziqin turned his head to look at the crowd. He did not leave immediately. The devil ape brought a pair of black gloves for Ziqin. Putting them on, Ziqin strode towards the black rock. As Ziqin approached the black rock, his body emitted a golden light. The resplendent golden light surged with an oppressive aura. By the time Ziqin was in front of the black rock, the golden light around him had reached its limit. Ziqin clenched his fist and punched out, sending out a powerful blow. The essence energy in this blow was completely blocked by the black gloves. However, the comprehension of the technique within it was released through the gloves and slammed heavily on the black rock. The entire ground shook at this moment, and the black rock trembled violently. When all the commotion ended, a deep fist mark appeared on the black rock. This fist mark was 7 inches deep, similar to the one left by Gushao. At this moment, everyone was still in shock as they stared at the fist mark. Ziqin put down the black gloves, turned around, and flew up into the sky. As he left, he waved his hand behind him. Many years ago, that person had left just like that, but he had never returned. He was her brother. Many years later, another person had left in such a carefree manner. He was her man. Tears flickered in Guyu's eyes before they finally fell. This time, she was crying for Ziqin. With a flash of light, the token disappeared with Ziqin and the devil ape. Thousands of people gathered at the starting ground once again. When it was time to open again, everyone gathered in the huge square. 3 mortal origin experts prepared to soar into the sky and open the path for everyone. This time, there were some good seedlings among the crowd. Although Sophie did not test them, she could sense that they were qualified to enter the ancient road of the strongest. When she thought of these people, she thought of Ziqin. He was the only one who dared to challenge the Guardian. If he's lucky enough to survive, this little guy should have a great future, Sophie thought to herself. Then, she walked towards the square. However, before she could reach the square, the void above the starting ground suddenly split open. A powerful aura rushed out from within. 5 people appeared in the sky. They were all in the mortal origin realm. As these experts descended, each of them emitted a powerful aura of the mortal origin realm. This aura was extremely oppressive, causing the faces of all the challengers to change. Chapter 939. The 5 of them hovered in the air, their sharp eyes sweeping over the trial takers below. They didn't restrain their powerful auras. This was the aura of the mortal origin realm, and it was extremely powerful. Everyone's expression changed, and they felt a pressure in their hearts. Just at that moment, another powerful aura appeared from below. This aura rose into the air, heading straight for the 5 of them. This aura came from Sophie. After releasing her aura, she soared into the air, blocking the pressure for the trial takers below. The trial takers below felt the pressure lessen, but the fear in their eyes didn't lessen. "Who are you? Don't you know where this place is?" Sophie coldly asked the 5 of them. The leader was a man in a golden robe. His expression was cold, and his cold eyes fell on Sophie. He sensed the aura around her, and a subtle surprise flashed in his eyes. The other 4 had the same expression, but their clothes were different. When the 5 of them stood together, their clothes looked like the 5 elements. It wasn't that Sophie couldn't guess. but she didn't dare to think about it. The Grand Five Elements faction, a true power of the ancient road, an existence that could control the laws, had actually come here. And from their expressions, they clearly didn't come with good intentions. The golden-robed man coldly snorted, and a golden token appeared in his hand. There was an ancient character in the middle of the token. It was the character Jean. 5 elements, Jean family. Sophie let out a low cry. The identities of the other, for were clearly on the verge of being revealed. Humph, at least you know your place. The golden-robed man arrogantly snorted. His gaze swept past Sophie, then swept over the trial takers below. He coldly said, I want you to recognize a person. If you can recognize him, tell me where he is, and you'll be rewarded with 1,000 drops of high-grade yuan liquid. Such a generous reward caused everyone's expressions to change. Greed appeared on their faces. 1,000 drops of high-grade yuan liquid was an extremely large number. No one present wouldn't be tempted. Thousands of people made their preparations. Sophie's face was also filled with curiosity. She was curious as to who the 5 Elements faction was looking for. They were actually giving out such a generous reward. The golden-robed man's hand shook. An array of light appeared in the air, condensing into a figure. It was a young man. He could be considered handsome, and his eyes were extremely calm. However, there were too many people like him in the martial heaven continent. At a glance, there was nothing special about him. Everyone racked their brains, but could not think of where they had seen it before. Zichen, he's Zichen. Suddenly a voice rang out. The golden-robed man's expression changed as he looked in the direction of the commotion. When he saw that it was Sophie, his eyes immediately lit up as he asked, Oh, you know him? Sophie smiled and said, Of course I know. He's the only one on the ancient road who dares to make a move against us guardians. He possesses 2 types of origin power, and his battle prowess isn't weak. The golden-robed man's cold expression gradually softened. He said, Yes, it's him. Since you know, then it's easy. Tell me where he came from and which passage he came from. I can only tell you his name, but I can't tell you where he's from. It's against the rules, Sophie refused. Rules? You know what rules are. On the ancient road, we are the rules, the golden-robed man said arrogantly. Sophie smiled and said, I'm sorry, but even you can't change this rule. The golden-robed man's expression immediately became gloomy. He coldly said, You should know that this Zichen didn't just offend the Jean family, but the entire 5 Elements aristocratic families. Other than the 5 Elements aristocratic families, there's also the Sword Sect, the Shaji clan, and the Badao clan. You should think carefully. With every sentence the golden-robed man said, Sophie's expression would become more unnatural. Her heart would fiercely tremble. The forces that the golden-robed man mentioned were all great forces. Furthermore, they were the great forces of the entire Tianwu continent. She didn't know what Zichen did in the depths of the ancient road to actually offend so many forces. However, the golden-robed man's words didn't scare Sophie. She almost didn't hesitate and directly said, The rules are the rules. I'm just following the rules. You're really not going to say? The golden-robed man's face was immediately covered with frost. The expressions of the 4 people beside him were the same. The aura that had just calmed down around the 5 of them once again became tyrannical. Everyone, this is the starting ground. This place has its own rules. Even the 5 Elements aristocratic families can't change them. An old voice resounded. The ancient road watcher appeared. He wore hemp clothes and walked over step by step. His originally slightly bent waist became abnormally tall and straight. The tavern owner also limped over and said, I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place to look for the person you're looking for. The golden-robed man's expression became ashen. He coldly asked, You're really not going to say? Have you thought of the consequences? Just as the 2 groups of mortal origin realm experts were coldly conversing in the air, a woman in the crowd below transmitted her voice. It's Zichin. They're actually looking for Zichin. According to what they said, Zichin should have offended many great forces. They're here to cause trouble. Beside the woman stood a black-robed man. His expression was cold, and his body emitted an aura that pushed people 1,000 miles away. He transmitted his voice, "Don't worry. As long as we don't say anything, no one will know where Zichin came from." Of course we won't say anything, but we can't guarantee that those monsters won't say anything either. The woman transmitted her voice worriedly. It's been dozens of years. The ancient road passage has been opened several times, and Zichen's deeds are slowly fading away. They might not remember Zichin, the black-robed man said. In the air, the two sides were facing each other. The 5 people from the 5 Elements force were extremely ashen, but they couldn't do anything to the 3 people opposite them. The starting ground was under the control of the ancient race. The ancient race had never appeared, so the body cultivator branch was in charge. The body cultivator branch was an extension of the ancient race. Zichin. I think I've heard of this name before. Suddenly, a voice came from below. The people in the air followed the voice and saw a man with a beast head, a human body, and a long tail. He was a mid-stage core realm monster. As soon as he spoke, the people around him looked at him with envy and jealousy. "Oh, you know him." The golden-robed man looked down at the monster. "I'm not sure if the Zichin I know is the one you're looking for. However, the Zichin I know is extremely powerful. He's a sky martial artist and has mastered ultimate yuan force," the monster said. "There might be many people named Zichin in the world, but the sky martial artist Zichin was very rare. It's the monster. He knows." The woman's expression changed. The man said, "Don't worry." As he spoke, the space beside the man trembled slightly. "Oh, then tell me, where is the Zichin you know?" The golden-robed man asked kindly, but his heart was filled with killing intent. Now that he knew the name Zichin, he couldn't let him go even if he killed the wrong person. "He's here." As soon as the demon clan member said those 2 words, the space beside him split open, and an extremely powerful killing intent surged out. Just as the killing intent surged, a sharp sword light had already pierced through the demon clan members' sea of consciousness. "You're courting death." A shout came from the sky. Then, a golden light shot toward the owner of the sword light. Puff! A moment ago, the sword light killed the monster. In the next moment, the golden light killed the owner of the sword light. However, this was only a clone. The golden light destroyed it in one hit. Only a black blade fell to the ground with a clang. Such a sudden change caused everyone's expression to change. They subconsciously retreated more than 10 steps. "Who is it?" The 5 people's faces were distorted. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they looked down coldly. However, the people below looked a little panicked and shocked. They also looked innocent. They didn't look like the murder at all. The golden-robed man looked at the 3 people again. However, he quickly eliminated them. If the 3 of them wanted to kill someone, they would have done it silently. Their only clue was gone. Furthermore, the Zichin that the other party knew was most likely the Zichin they were looking for. The golden-robed man scanned the surroundings of the dead demons. Indeed, he found another demon. His face was extremely pale, and there was fear on his face. He looked down at the monster and asked coldly, "Speak. Do you all know?" This time, there were a total of 6 monsters. There were no Dragonians. The remaining 5 had fear on their faces. They didn't know what to say. "Don't worry. I'll make sure you don't die. Speak. If you don't, you'll die," the golden-robed man said coldly. One of them moved his mouth. He wanted to speak, but before he could say a word, the void beside him broke open again. "You're courting death." This time, the golden-robed man sensed at the moment the void was torn open. He extended his hand and pointed a finger. As the finger fell, the avatar dissipated. However, that was not the end of it. A sharp sword light appeared from the opposite direction and directly destroyed the demon. After the clone killed the enemy, it was killed by the golden-robed man. The other 4 monsters were extremely frightened. At this moment, one of the monsters beside the golden-robed man pointed at the black-robed man below and said, "It's him. It's this brat. How dare he play tricks in front of us? He's courting death. Die." The golden-robed man had a fiery temper. He pointed with his finger and was about to kill the black-robed man. As the golden light fell, the black-robed man's body suddenly twisted. Before the golden light could reach him, his body flashed and disappeared into thin air. "You want to leave? Stop right there." A loud shout was heard. The second mortal origin realm cultivator attacked somewhere in the void. The void broke open again. The black-robed man's body flashed and disappeared again. Since this side had already attacked, the others panicked and hid in all directions. Sua Fei and the others looked at each other and nodded. It was obvious that they wanted to stop this. Suddenly, another voice came from below. "I'm a monster from the wasteland." Zichen is... The demon thought that the black-clothed man was surrounded and had nothing to worry about. Greed surfaced in his heart once again. However, before he could finish his sentence, an attack emitting an illusory light flew towards him. This attack was extremely sharp. It chopped off the demon's head in one hit and obliterated his soul. Dark red blood sprayed on the monster beside him, causing his face to turn even paler. Swish! 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 Chapter 940. The psychedelic light flashed a few times and killed the other 4 demons. Of course, the crowd saw the attacker. However, when they saw who it was, they were all shocked. It was actually a woman, an extremely beautiful woman. She was a peerless beauty who should have been in the heavens and not in the mortal world. Such a beauty naturally left a deep impression on everyone. When the other party came, there were quite a few people who had ideas about her. However, those who had evil thoughts either had their arms or legs broken. This woman was extremely powerful, but she had a good heart. She had come here to teach many people a lesson, but she had never killed anyone. However, today she suddenly attacked, and she attacked mercilessly. People couldn't help but guess whether the guy named Zichen had some sort of special relationship with her. Out of the 5 human origin stage cultivators, 3 of them had already attacked, but they still could not kill the man in black. The man's hiding skills were extremely good, and his movements were also very agile. During the attack, they had killed 3 people by mistake, but only injured the man. The scene was chaotic. Everyone was trying to dodge, but not everyone could avoid the attacks of the human origin stage cultivators. There were still 2 people who did not attack. Obviously, it was embarrassing for 5 people to attack a Dan origin stage cultivator together. However, the woman's sudden attack made the 2 of them change their expressions. However, when they saw the woman's face, a strange light flashed in their eyes. They formed a giant hand of energy in the air and tried to grab the woman. This woman was extremely beautiful, like a fairy. Although the 2 of them were in the human origin stage and had long been immune to women's charms, when they saw the woman's face, they still had some evil thoughts in their hearts. Bang! Bang! The 2 giant hands of energy were shattered. Sophie's mountain-like figure stood in front of the woman. "How dare you stop me?" Looking at the mountain-like Sophie, their expressions changed again. The anger in their hearts could not help but rise. As soon as it rose, it burned like a raging flame. On one hand, it was because their attacks had been countered and they felt that they had lost face. However, more importantly, it was because Sophie had destroyed the illusion in their hearts. Just a moment ago, they had seen a stunning beauty, causing ripples in their hearts and fantasies to arise in their hearts. However, in the next moment, such an ugly person was standing in front of them. The visual impact of this was not any weaker than a spiritual thought attack. The 2 of them could not bear it. Just as Sophie made her move, the tavern owner and the old man moved as well. The two of them blocked the attacks of the other three and protected the heavily injured man in black. "What are you doing? Are you rebelling?" The golden-robed man stared coldly at the three of them. A sharp glint flashed in the old man's eyes as he coldly said, "I should be the one asking this question. Killing people in the starting ground, are you trying to rebel?" A wisp of disdain flashed through the golden-robed man's eyes as he said, "As the ancient road's supervisor, killing a few people is nothing to me. I advise all of you not to interfere in this matter. Otherwise, even the body cultivator lineage won't be able to protect all of you." The elder's expression did not change as he coldly said, "We don't need others to protect us. We are merely upholding the rules of the starting ground. If you continue to be so aggressive and unscrupulous, then don't blame us for being impolite. You're welcome." The mockery in the golden-robed man's eyes intensified. "What, you want to kill us? Come, we'll stand still. Let's see if you dare to touch us." The old man's face turned ashen, but Sophie was not afraid. She directly shouted, her voice loud like thunder, "Fine, we'll move. Who do you think you are?" As she spoke, a powerful aura surged around Sophie. She was about to fight with the people in the air. "Sophie, don't be impulsive." The tavern owner brought the black-robed man to the side and stopped Sophie at the same time. The other party was from the Five Elements aristocratic family. Once they made a move, they would definitely offend the other party. The golden-robed man looked down at the people below and coldly said, "Now I'll give you two choices. One is to hand over these two people, and the other is to fight with us and go against the Five Elements aristocratic family." The old man raised his head and looked at the five people. After a while he said, "I choose the third choice." The golden-robed man smiled. "You only have two choices." A mysterious look suddenly flashed across the old man's face. He said, "No, I have a third choice. That is to expel them." As soon as he finished speaking, the space around the five of them began to distort violently. Then a huge spatial passage appeared behind the five of them, like the mouth of the netherworld. From the passage, the power of the rules surged out. This power of the rules directly enveloped the five of them, trying to forcibly pull them out. Under the rule power shroud, the five people completely lost control of their bodies. Their figures were pulled toward the passage behind them. Looking at the five people who were about to leave, a smile appeared on the old man's face. Using the rule power here was their privilege. If the five of them wanted to cause trouble here, they had obviously come to the wrong place. The tavern owner and Sophie's expressions also eased. However, before the smiles on their faces could fully bloom, the smiles froze and disappeared. There was an uproar in the surroundings. In the air, an ancient token appeared in front of the five people. There was an ancient word written on the token. It shone brightly. The rule power that was suppressing the five people was completely blocked by the light of the token. "This is the ancient clan's token. You guys actually brought a token." The three people's faces turned ugly. "Humph, just in case, we brought the ancient clan's token. We thought we would never need to use it, but we didn't expect you guys to not appreciate our kindness and go against the Five Elements forces." As they spoke, the ancient clan's token suddenly emitted a bright light. Wherever the light passed, the rule power disappeared. Behind the five people, the passage also slowly disappeared. The distorted space also slowly calmed down. This was the most ancient clan's token. It was said that it had existed for as long as the ancient road. This thing was extremely rare, but it had a lot of authority. As the ancient road's controller, the Five Elements families only had one ancient clan's token. It was used under special circumstances to mobilize or disperse the ancient road's rule power. The other party had the ancient clan's token, so it was undoubtedly unrealistic to expel them. Now it was time to choose. They could either hand over the five people or fight. Among the three of them, Sophie's opinion was obviously to fight. That was because she was not afraid of 5 people. Although they were all ancient road guardians, there were still differences in strength between the ancient road guardians. If it was really 3 against 5, they were confident that they could win. However, at this moment, the 5 people were not relying on battle prowess, but their status. 2 choices, the golden-robed man said, looking down at the 3 people with a mocking expression. Hurry up and choose. The tavern owner and the old man hesitated. Sophie wanted to fight, but 1 against 5, she obviously couldn't win. Don't worry about me. Suddenly, the black-robed man stood up. His previous injuries had already healed, but his black robes were still stained with blood. That's right, we're not afraid of death. The beautiful woman also took a step forward. Look, he already said he doesn't need you to worry about him, but you're still shamelessly protecting him. I say, you're a cripple, and you're a half-crippled old man. Have you taken a liking to this little girl? And you, ugly woman. Oh, are you a woman? Have you taken a liking to this guy? The golden-robed man laughed mockingly. The other 4 people beside him also laughed. The others didn't dare to laugh when they saw the guardians of the ancient road being ridiculed like this. Sophie's aura could no longer be suppressed, and was extremely tyrannical. The tavern owner was also furious. His battle prowess wasn't weak, but today he was being ridiculed like this. Only the old man was able to keep his cool. However, at this moment, he didn't know what to do. What? You can't make a choice. How about this? I'll help you. Even as he laughed viciously, the 5 golden-robed men moved. Like beams of light, they shot toward the woman and the young man. However, at that moment, the void split open again, and another tunnel appeared. When the golden-robed man saw the tunnel, a cold smile appeared on his face. An ancient medallion appeared in his hand. I told you, he said coldly, rules are useless against me. However, when he saw the tunnel up ahead, a look of shock appeared on the old man's face. After all, he wasn't the one who had created the tunnel. In the next moment, another ancient token appeared from the passageway. After the ancient token appeared, another 2 people walked out from it. The one in the lead was a young man. His eyes were calm, but as soon as he appeared, the crowd cried out in alarm. Zichen! It's Zichen! Isn't that the person they're looking for? After Zichen appeared, the devil ape also walked out. When the 2 of them heard the exclamations and saw so many people below, they were stunned. The starting ground. How did we get to the starting ground? The devil ape's voice rang out. I don't know, Zichen said, shaking his head. Long time no see. When Zichen lowered his head, he saw Sophie and the others. Thinking back to what had happened in the past, a strange smile appeared on Zichen's face. Little did he know that when the 3 of them saw Zichen, their expressions became even stranger. What? Have you forgotten about me? Zichen said, smiling. Back then, I was indebted to the 3 of you for your kindness. The 3 of them didn't say anything, but the strange expressions on their faces grew even stronger. Zichen chuckled, looked at Sophie and said, You're called Sophie, right? You're the guardian of the tunnel. That battle back then didn't seem to be very satisfying. Why don't we have another battle? Sophie's mouth twitched, but she didn't say anything. Everyone was dumbfounded. Zichen had provoked the 3 guardians of the tunnel as soon as he appeared. Was he relying on his strength or courage? If it was the former, Zichen would be extremely terrifying. If it was the latter, he was simply courting death. Zichen, weren't you in the trial? Seeing the dead silence around, and the people of the 5 elements didn't say anything, the tavern owner asked. Zichen said directly, Oh, I was expelled. Expelled? The tavern owner was puzzled. He had never heard of such a strange word before. That's right. I accidentally killed a spirit body and was expelled. Zichen's words stunned the 3 of them. The three of them were experts who had successfully passed through the ancient road, so they naturally knew what kind of existence a spirit was. They didn't expect Zi Qin to kill a spirit. The three of them were deeply shocked. Their hearts were beating violently, and their breathing was somewhat unstable. They didn't know what to say. Could it be that they should say, it's good to kill a spirit and expel it? Zi Qin, Zi Chen. Chapter 941. Sophie's towering figure blocked Zi Chen's line of sight, so he didn't notice Shang Guanyu immediately. However, just as the other party spoke, Zi Chen recognized Shang Guanyu's voice. Following his line of sight, he saw Shang Guanyu walking out from behind Sophie. When she saw Zi Qin, her beautiful face was filled with excitement and disbelief. "You Zi Chen's body trembled as he looked at her in disbelief. "Why are you here?" Both of them asked the same question at the same time. Then, without caring about the feelings of the others around them, they rushed towards each other and hugged each other in the air. The two of them hugged each other in the air without any scruples. Naturally, the others around them were envious and jealous. They had already fantasized about hugging a beauty countless times in their hearts. Now their dreams had come true, but they were in someone else's arms. Among them, the ones with the strongest hatred were the 5 Elements forces. Zi Qin, a mere Dan origin stage cultivator, had ignored the 5 of them. As a member of the 5 Elements forces, a mortal origin stage cultivator who had successfully passed the ancient road, and a clone of the ancient road guardian, they had never been ignored like this before. The 5 of them gritted their teeth. Their eyes filled with hostility as they approached the 2 of them. "Why are you here?" Zi Chen looked at Shang Guanyu with great surprise. "I'm here with Zhang Haoyan. We're going to the ancient road trials. We wanted to see if we could find you or hear any news about you." Shang Guanyu leaned on Zi Chen's chest and exhaled. Zi Chen stroked a strand of hair in front of Shang Guanyu and said, "Silly girl, it's dangerous here. You shouldn't have come." Shang Guanyu shook her head and said, "I'm not afraid. I want to train and become stronger." "Where's Zhang Haoyan?" Zi Chen asked. Zhang Haoyan walked out from behind Sophie. He was dressed in black, and there was a touch of excitement on his cold face. There were still traces of blood on his body that hadn't dried yet. Zi Chen, who had originally wanted to go towards Zhang Haoyan, suddenly saw the bloodstains on his body and sensed the unstable aura on Zhang Haoyan's body. He frowned and asked, "You were injured just now. Who hurt you?" Zi Chen glanced at Sophie and the other 2 with a questioning look in his eyes. He wondered if the 3 of them were going to use the same trick they had used on him to force Zhang Haoyan to enter the ancient road of the strongest. Shang Guanyu quickly explained, "It's not them. These 3 seniors are here to protect us. It's the 5 of them. They said they are from the 5 Elements aristocratic family and are here to look for you." Shang Guanyu quickly explained, only to find out that these people were actually here for him. Turning his head to look at the 5 of them, he found that they were actually even angrier than him. "It's you guys," Zi Chen said coldly as he looked at the 5 people not far from him. "Zi Chen, you dared to offend the 5 Elements aristocratic family. Today is the day you die." The leader of the golden-robed men gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Hand over the heavenly tones, and we can give you a quick death." "Quick? Not bad, I like that word." Zi Chen pulled Shang Guanyu and said softly, You go to the side first. I'll deal with these 5 first." Shang Guanyu's face was full of worry. "Can you do that? They are all in the mortal origin realm." "Don't worry, I promise I won't leave anyone alive," Zi Chen said confidently. Shang Guanyu nodded gently and landed on the ground. Zi Chen didn't lower his voice, and the surrounding trial takers heard him clearly. They were all shocked. Zi Chen was obviously a core origin realm trial taker, but he had threatened to kill the ancient road guardians. Even Sophie and the other two's eyes flashed with a strange light. You want to kill us? Dream on. The golden-robed man's aura surged, and the other four were also ready to fight. They were very clear about the fact that Zichen had killed a mortal origin realm cultivator. They weren't afraid of Zichen now because they were ancient road guardians. As long as they were ancient road guardians, their combat power was extremely strong, far surpassing that of ordinary mortal origin realm cultivators. Compared to the golden-robed men, Zichen was much less talkative. After watching Shang Guanyu land on the ground, Zichen displayed his extreme speed and rushed toward the 5 people. The crowd was in an uproar. Zichen wanted to fight against 5 people by himself. Boom! The sky suddenly shook as the devil ape rushed toward one of the mortal origin realm cultivators with a black stick. During this time, Zichen had already exchanged blows with the golden-robed man in the air. With the perfect body and perfect origin energy, Zichen's attack was extremely powerful. With a loud bang, the golden-robed man was directly sent flying. In the process of flying, blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The golden-robed man was injured in one blow. While the crowd was in an uproar, the golden-robed man's face was filled with shock. He never thought that Zichen's combat power would be so strong. The old man raised his head and looked at Zichen, his eyes flashing with a strange light. He sighed and said, "It hasn't been 100 years since Zichen entered the ancient road, but he has already grown to such a level. This growth rate is really too fast." Yes, 100 years have passed so quickly. Back then, he was just a decent sky realm cultivator. Who would have thought that he could even kill a spirit body cultivator now? The tavern owner also sighed. After that, the 2 of them inadvertently looked at Sophie. Among the 3 of them, Sophie had fought with Zichen before. It could be said that there was a grudge between them. If the other party held a grudge, Sophie would inevitably suffer. If you can't beat me, can't you run? Sophie coldly snorted. While the 3 of them were talking, Zichen had already collided with the 3 of them in the air. It was a complete head-on collision and a complete explosion of power. Zichen's attack was like a cannonball exploding in front of the 3 of them, causing them to be injured and sent flying. The other 2 were blocked by the devil ape. The devil ape's black staff was extremely strong. As it waved its staff, its demonic aura filled the sky. The 2 of them were unable to fight back. The crowd of trial challengers below were all dumbfounded as they watched the battle in the air. The trial challengers were fighting against the guardians, and the battle was actually one-sided. The trial challengers, who were fighting above their ranks, actually had the upper hand. After being forced back, the 5 of them gathered together. Their faces were clearly filled with shock. The combat power of Zichen and the devil ape had far exceeded their expectations. If they had continued to fight, the 5 of them would definitely have died. However, the 5 of them were extremely unwilling to retreat, just like that. The golden-robed man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly looked at Zichen. A light flashed in his hand, and the ancient token appeared once again. Holding the ancient token in his hand, he coldly shouted, "Rule destroy!" The ancient token suddenly began to glow. As the light passed, the surrounding space rippled and the power of the rule emerged. This was the second use of the ancient token. It could be used at a critical moment to mobilize the power of the rule to kill a powerful enemy on the ancient road. The power of the rule gathered in front of the ancient token and then turned into a sharp blade of rule. The sharp blade of rule emitted light, but there was no aura surging. It made it impossible to detect the strength of the attack on the blade. However, just the word rule was enough to explain everything. Seeing the sharp blade of rule, Zichen's pupils suddenly shrank. He signaled for the devil ape to quickly retreat. Then Zichen flipped his hand and an ancient token appeared in his hand. "It's useless. This is an ancient token of the highest authority. Every aristocratic family only has one. The golden-robed man smiled sinisterly and willed the sharp blade of rule to slash at Zichen. Zichen activated the ancient token in front of him, but found that the ancient token could only release energy light to cover one person. In other words, the ancient token could only protect one person. The sharp blade of rule arrived in the blink of an eye. Zichen did not hesitate at all and immediately put the ancient token in the devil ape's hand. The devil ape's expression immediately changed, but before it could return the ancient token, the sharp blade of rule had already arrived in front of Zichen. Swoosh! The sharp blade of rule pierced through Zichen, but the expected blood did not burst out. The sharp blade of rule directly penetrated Zichen's body, but it did not leave any injuries on Zichen's body, nor did it destroy Zichen's soul. Zichen stood there in a daze. His heart was still in fear, but he still had his mind. It could be said that he was unharmed, just a little scared. Such a strange scene could be said to have stunned everyone. How could this be? The tavern owner and Sophie's faces were also full of shock. Things happened too fast, so fast that they had no time to react. However, the other party had the ancient token, so even if they had reacted, it would have been useless. However, what they did not understand was why Zichen was unscathed after being hit by the rule power. It seems that the rumors are true. All the killing rules on the ancient road are ineffective against the royal family. This time, it was the royal family's identity that saved him. The old man sighed, his eyes flashing. There is such a saying? The two obviously did not know about this rumor. The old man nodded and said, "Yes, it is said that the ancient road has a great relationship with the 4 royal families, and any rule power that is unfavorable to the royal family will lose its effect as long as the royal family mark appears." In the sky, the golden lightning mark between Zichen's eyebrows was emitting a dazzling light. Just now, at the critical moment, the mark between Zichen's eyebrows lit up. A strange power surged from the mark and spread throughout his body, blocking the rule power for him. How could this be? Seeing that the ancient token did not destroy the enemy, the 5 were completely dumbfounded. Die! Zichen reacted quickly. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he rushed toward the 5. At the same time, the devil ape held the token in his left hand and the black rod in his right hand and rushed forward. Damn it, how could this be? Let's leave quickly. The 5 immediately panicked when their strongest trump card did not destroy the enemy. Knowing that their combat strength was not as good as Zichen's, they decided to retreat immediately. You want to leave? Dream on. The devil ape suddenly roared. Devil swallows the world. Billowing devil chi filled the sky. The clear sky a moment ago turned pitch black in the next moment. At the same time, the 3 guardians below looked at each other. The tavern owner transmitted his voice. Do we stop them? The 3 of us can mobilize the rule power here at the same time. Although we can't kill them, it shouldn't be a problem to block them for a while, the old man said. The 5 elements' forces have been acting more and more arrogant recently. If we can block them for a while, it will be a while. And Zichen should be able to destroy them. Sophie also transmitted her voice. Okay. The old man nodded. At the same time, he mobilized a trace of the rule power and transmitted his voice to Zichen. Zichen, we can block them for a while so that they can't escape. Kill as many as you can. Zichen did not respond, but his hand movement was equivalent to a response to the 3. Chapter 942. With a punch, the void shook. The rolling demonic aura began to boil like boiling black water. There was an ear-piercing shriek in the air as if the space was about to be torn apart by this punch. The demonic aura between heaven and earth was turbulent. Not only did it block vision, but it also suppressed spiritual thoughts. Everyone could only hear the sound, but could not see what was happening in the air. The only ones who could see the battle were the three guardians who borrowed the power of the rules. After seeing Zi-Chen's punch, the three of them could not help but be shocked. "Damn it! Open for me! Open for me!" The golden-robed man held the token in his hand. The yuan energy in his body kept surging. He wanted to use the ancient token to open a passage and forcibly leave this place. However, the space suddenly became incomparably solid, like an iron wall. The power of the rules gushing out from the ancient token could not shake it. This situation made him curse loudly. Suddenly, he felt a dangerous aura coming. Then he heard a sharp shriek in his ears. This was the sound of some kind of object piercing through the space. It proved that this attack was extremely powerful. The golden-robed man's face immediately changed. Horror appeared on his face. When he realized that the attack was coming straight for him, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately manipulated the yuan energy in his body to form a protective shield. The golden light of the fist tore through the demonic aura and arrived in front of the golden-robed man. When the golden-robed man saw the light of the fist, he saw a pair of strange eyes, one gold and one silver, exuding a strange light. The eyes were cold and emotionless. At this moment, the golden-robed man felt a chill in his heart. He was not afraid of the light of the fist, but the ruthless eyes. The eyes were sharp, as if they could see through all of his secrets. All of his means seemed to have nowhere to hide under the eyes. When the light of the fist arrived, it directly broke through the defense he had put up. It blasted through the weak spot. After it was broken, it hit the golden-robed man's chest. The turbulent energy poured into the golden-robed man's body through the light of the fist. It rushed up to the sea of consciousness and down to abdomen. Wherever it passed, the meridians and flesh were destroyed. Boom! The golden-robed man's physique could not withstand this energy. When the energy reached a limit, his body exploded. Just as his powerful spiritual thoughts rushed out, it was swept away by the explosion of the golden light of the fist and then destroyed. The golden-robed man was killed by Zi-Chen's punch. The crowd below only heard a loud explosion, but did not know what had happened. Shang Guanyu. Er's face was filled with worry, while Zhang Haoyan was frowning. Even the two of them were unable to see through the demonic qi that the demonic ape had created. Sophie and the other two were deeply shaken when they saw the golden-robed man die. They looked at each other and saw fear and shock in each other's eyes. Zi-Chen had killed a human origin stage guardian with a single punch. After killing the golden-robed man, Zi-Chen turned his head and looked in another direction with his gold and silver eyes. His gaze pierced through the layers of demonic qi and saw the panicked Yuan realm cultivator from the Hoof family. He was surrounded by raging flames that formed a fire shield. At the same time, he was looking around cautiously. Zi-Chen's vision was not affected by the demonic qi at all because of his pair of yin and yang eyes. Zi-Chen called them yin-yang eyes. They could see through the yin and yang of the world and see through everything. They were not much different from the demonic ape's delusion-breaker eyes. When Zi-Chen was in the heavenly book world, he had found the assassin's trail. That was why he had taken the initiative to clash with the Jin family's spiritual body. He had planned to kill the spiritual body of the Jin family and turn the tables on him. Just as the second explosion rang out, something fell from the sky. It was a simple command medallion. When it landed on the stone square, it let out a crisp clang. That's the ancient token. That's Zi-Chen's ancient token. No, it's the ancient token that just appeared. It belongs to a human origin stage cultivator. What happened? Why did he give up on the ancient token? Was the battle too intense for him to take care of the ancient token? Whispers sounded from all around. The tremors were still ringing. After 3 loud explosions, there were several slightly softer ones. These sounds did not last for long before they completely disappeared. Just as everyone was wondering if the battle was over, the demonic qi in the sky dissipated. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the sky. They were eager to know which side had won. Was it the trial takers or the guardians? The demonic chi dissipated quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was completely gone. The world became bright again. But when they saw the figures in the sky, everyone's hearts beat violently. There were only two people left in the sky. They were the trial takers of the Dan origin stage. As for the other 5 guardians, they had disappeared. When the demonic chi dissipated, there was a layer of dust floating between heaven and earth. Within this dust, there were traces of energy surging. Dead, they're dead. After seeing the spirit rings in the hands of the 2 trial takers, the crowd concluded that the 5 of them were dead. For a moment, everyone was so shocked that they did not know what to say. Only Zhang Haoyan's eyes flashed as he muttered, "The ancient road really trains people." Ziqin put away the spirit rings and glanced around. Only then did he land. He walked towards Zhang Haoyan and Shangguan Yuer. At the same time, the devil ape also landed. After not seeing each other for so many years, both sides naturally had endless things to talk about. Zhang Haoyan tactfully left with the devil ape, leaving enough space for Ziqin and Shangguan Yuer. The 4 of them went straight out of the square. As for the others in the square, they watched the 4 of them leave. The shock on their faces did not diminish. Did you see that? This is the effect of the ancient road. The tavern owner suddenly opened his mouth and said loudly, "More than 100 years ago, Ziqin was only at the early stage of the Dan origin stage. His battle strength was average. However, he has only stepped onto the ancient road for more than 100 years, and he already has such means. There are many opportunities on the ancient road. You only have one chance in your life to participate. Don't miss it." These words pulled the crowd out of their shock. Instead, the trial takers' spirits were lifted. Their eyes were shining and their confidence was bursting. All right, the trial passage is open. After that, the 3 of them opened the passage and began to let the trial takers enter. Ziqin and Shangguan Yuer left the square and walked into the distance. There were no other trial takers around them. "You shouldn't have come here." Ziqin was the first to speak, breaking the silence. Shangguan Yuer had been holding onto Ziqin's arm. Her head was leaning on Ziqin's shoulder. She closed her eyes and walked forward. One could see that her face was filled with happiness. She was indeed very happy. Ziqin had many close female friends, but she was the only one he was with. After a long time, she opened her eyes and took a deep breath. Her soft voice was filled with determination. "I want to experience. I want to become stronger. I can protect you," Ziqin said. Shangguan Yuer, who rarely disobeyed Ziqin, shook her head and said, "No, I don't want you to protect me. I also don't want to be a burden to you." Seeing that Ziqin was about to say something, Shangguan Yuer said first, "Old Gui sensed that there was going to be a change in this world. Maybe when that time comes, everyone will suffer. I don't want to be a burden to you at that time. Moreover, after you left, I returned to the Guangyu Pavilion and received the Guangyu Pavilion's inheritance. However, the inheritance is not complete. I need to go to the ancient road to find the complete inheritance." Ziqin nodded and did not say anything else. After that, the 2 of them sat on the ground. Shangguan Yuer leaned into Ziqin's arms. The 2 of them poured out their hearts to each other. "When you came to the ancient road, did you see them?" Shangguan Yuer asked. "Them? Yes. Haven't you been looking for them?" Ziqin naturally knew who Shangguan Yuer was talking about. He nodded and said, "I saw them." "Oh, did something happen?" Shangguan Yuer asked. After that, Ziqin told Shangguan Yuer about what had happened that day. Shangguan Yuer felt very regretful about this. She was actually expelled after coming out. She did not even have time to be alone with him. However, whether Shangguan Yuer really felt regretful or not was another matter. Ziqin also told her about Guyu. Shangguan Yuer's eyes flashed with a strange light. Her eyes were filled with resentment. However, this matter could not be blamed on Zichen. After Zichen finished, Shangguan Yuer hugged Zichen's arm and laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Zichen asked. "I'm laughing at your charm. Do you really think that Guyu is only with you because of the oath?" Shangguan Yueker said. "Is it not? Of course, the oath is part of it. However, I think the main reason is that your charm is too great." "Is that so?" Zichen smiled. However, there was a strange emotion in his smile. Shangguan Yuer's eyes were also shining. The two of them looked at each other. Then they hugged and kissed. The two of them slowly overlapped and fell backwards. The clothes on their bodies gradually fell off. Their breathing became rapid. Perfect Yuan energy surged out from Zichen's body. This Yuan energy turned into rays of light and formed a protective barrier, completely protecting the two of them. Within the barrier, the two of them indulged themselves and enjoyed the passion. After a long time, as the restrictive spell dissipated, the clothes that had disappeared from their bodies reappeared. Shangguan Yuer's face was still slightly flushed, her face glowing with a bright light, looking extremely enchanting and charming. On the other hand, Zichen looked slightly tired, but he was still in high spirits. When the two of them arrived at the tavern, several people were already waiting for them. Seeing the two of them enter, a strange light flashed in their eyes. Shangguan Yuer lowered her head and did not speak. Her face was red. Zichen looked at everyone calmly. "It's been more than 100 years since we last met. Zichen, your progress is really amazing." The tavern owner was the first to sigh. Then he personally poured a large cup of wine for Zichen. The two of them sat down. Zichen took the wine cup and said with a smile, "I can't afford to pay for such a large cup." The tavern owner smiled and said, "This cup is on me. It's free." The old man looked at Zichen and also sighed. "I didn't expect that Zichen would do such an earth-shattering thing on the ancient road. It really makes us old fellows blush with shame." Because Zichen had done it for a long time. During this period of time, it was enough for them to know about Zichen's deeds through some channels. Moreover, the devil ape was also there. When it told Zhang Haotian about what had happened in these years, it did not avoid the three of them. In addition to the old man and the tavern owner, there was also a woman in the tavern. She was a woman whose figure and beauty could be considered top-notch. It was an unfamiliar face. However, when Zichen sensed the aura on the other party's body, he was clearly surprised. Chapter 943. This tall woman in purple actually had the same aura as Sophie. However, when he thought of Sophie's imposing figure and the beautiful woman before him, the shock on Zichen's face became even more intense. "What's wrong? Are you stunned?" The tavern owner laughed. How is this possible?" Zichen was surprised. "If you can be expelled from the ancient road, what else is impossible in this world?" The tavern owner smiled smugly. At the same time, he limped towards the woman, seemingly wanting to sit beside her. "Damn cripple, get lost." The woman pushed the tavern owner away. Although she was cursing, her voice was very pleasant. After that, she smiled apologetically at Zichen and said, "Zichen, about what happened back then," without waiting for her to finish. Zichen waved his hand, stood up, and said seriously, "I have to thank the three seniors for what happened back then. Thank you for giving Zichen the opportunity to enter the strongest trial." With that, Zichen bowed deeply to the three of them. At the same time, the demonic ape also stood up and bowed to the three of them to express its gratitude. Zichen, the monk, and the demonic ape had benefited greatly from their trip to the ancient road, especially Zichen. He had obtained a perfect body and had gained the most. Although the demonic ape had encountered some problems along the way, it was all because of the 5 Elements faction. Fortunately, The demonic ape had been on the strongest ancient road. If it had been on the first ancient road, it would have been suppressed by everyone long ago. In addition, the demonic ape had also gained a lot on the ancient road. Haha, I knew it. Chin isn't that kind of person. The old man laughed loudly. Chin is one of us now. He belongs to the ancient body cultivator lineage, so he won't be so petty. Cripple also had a smile on his face. Sophie smiled. The other party was indeed Sophie, the beautiful Sophie. After chatting for a while, the old monitor said, Chin, I've heard about your matter. You gained a lot on the ancient road. But because of this, you offended many factions. What do you plan to do next? Chin said, I plan to return and protect my faction first. When the three of them heard this, they immediately looked at each other, but none of them spoke. The current Chin was no longer the person he used to be. He was now on equal footing with them. When the three of them spoke to Chin, they would need to consider carefully. They were no longer as casual as they used to be with the younger generation. Strength determined one's status. The three of them looked at each other, clearly communicating with their eyes. After that, the old man spoke. Chin, the matter of the heavenly tomes is no small matter. For the heavenly tomes, all the major forces will definitely do whatever it takes. You should know that the rise of the major forces is due to the heavenly tomes. And the heavenly tomes in your possession are enough to drive anyone crazy. Chin nodded. I know. The old man hesitated for a moment and said, What I mean is that when necessary you can choose to be alone and give up some. Chin nodded again and said with a smile, If it really comes to that, I will consider it. Since he had already said so much, there was no point in saying anything more. As for whether Chen would listen, it was all up to him. Zhang Haotian frowned slightly and said directly, The experts of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion are guarded by Elder Gu. As for the pavilion, there is also LV Peng, a formation master. In the face of a strong enemy, it is not a problem to defend. If you don't return, even if they find the place, they will not make a big fuss. At most, they will be burning with anger and tear down the Bedlam land. But they will not be able to do anything to the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. Zhang Haotian's words were obviously much more direct. What he meant was that Chen should not return. If he did not return, his life would not be in danger, and the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion could still be saved. As for the Bedlam land, it was fine if it was gone. Zhang Haotian was not like Chen. He was born cold, did not speak much, and did not have many friends. His temperament was incomparably firm or even cold. In his eyes, there was no so-called good or evil. He was not a compassionate person. As long as it did not involve him or his friends, he would not be sad or take revenge. At most, he would be angry. Chen hesitated slightly and said, Let me think about it. Zhang Haotian glanced at Chen again and said, You are a good person who always thinks about others. I know what you did in the world of ancient beasts. If it were me, I would not have cared. The monster race oppresses them, so be it. Go ahead and kill them. It has nothing to do with you. You, the demon ape, and the monk risked your lives to fight for the Bedlam land. But what did you get in return? Zhang Haotian snorted. If I did not return in time, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion would have been forced out of the world of ancient beasts. You think for their good, but they might not think for you. As for those so-called alliances of yours, they are nothing but a joke before they have enough strength to resist. Zhang Haotian's words were not polite at all, and he did not care about Chen's face at all. It should be known that Zhang Haotian's strength was not comparable to Chen's. Sophie and the others had strange expressions when they heard his words. However, the demon ape did not say anything, and Shang Wenyuer did not find it inappropriate either. Chen took a deep breath, but he did not know what to say. That was the thing he was most worried about, and he did not expect it to actually happen. It seemed that strength and benefits were the deciding factor between the various factions. What about now? Asked Chen. Zhang Haotian said, now that LV Peng is in charge of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. No one dares to have any ideas about it. After so many years, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion and its market have truly become the core of the entire Bedlam lands. The Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion is now the undisputed, strongest faction. Of course, that is on the premise that all of you return. However, it is worth mentioning that your female disciple has great potential. She is not only in the mortal origin realm, but she is also the strongest person in the entire Bedlam lands. Our Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion's faction in the world of ancient beasts is led by her, and she is also a bloodthirsty person. In the end, Zhang Haotian smiled mysteriously and said, "In the world of ancient beasts, there may not be many demons who know about Ziqin, but there are definitely many who know about Ling. Speaking of Ling, Ziqin's face was filled with relief. After not seeing her for so many years, she had obviously grown up and could take charge of things on her own. He asked, since she is already in the core realm, "Why didn't Linger come with you?" This time, Zhang Haotian did not speak. Instead, he glanced at Shang Guanyu. Shang Guanyu. Er's expression was a little strange. In the end, she said that she wants to take charge of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion and wait for you to return. Before she finished speaking, Shang Guanyu could not help laughing. Ziqin asked again, "Did she say anything else?" This time, even Zhang Haotian laughed. Shang Guanyu said that she wants to wait for you to return and then marry you. She also told us that if we see you, we should tell you that she has grown up and can get married. She will only marry you. Nonsense, I am her master. Ziqin almost spat out the wine he had just drunk. Shang Guanyu laughed again. She said that she wants to marry you, master. After the small talk, it was time to get down to business. The journey on the ancient road was full of danger. Ziqin had experienced it himself. It could be said that the journey was full of danger. Therefore, he could not allow any mishaps to happen to the two of them on this journey. He had to give them enough things. Ziqin first gave them resources. There were the resources he obtained from killing the spiritual bodies and the resources from the 5 human origin stage cultivators. Even though the two of them had brought a lot of resources from the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion and said that they had enough resources, Ziqin still forced them to give them more. These were all excellent resources, such as high-grade origin liquid and soul-melting pills. Even Sophie and the other two's eyes flashed with a strange light. In addition to the resources, Ziqin also passed on perfect techniques to the two of them. Shang Guanyu refused. "I don't want them. My techniques are very suitable for me. You don't have to deliberately cultivate them. However, when you cultivate, you can learn from them. It will definitely not be bad for your cultivation," Ziqin said. Shang Guanyu accepted the 3 golden jade slips. At this moment, she did not know how valuable these jade slips were. After that, Ziqin naturally gave Zhang Haotian the same thing. These are fruits of strength. They can increase your physical strength. Ziqin gave the two of them dozens of fruits of strength. These are essence of thunder liquid. They can change the quality of your origin energy. You can refine them with your techniques. Ziqin gave the two of them more than 100 drops of essence of thunder liquid. These are soul-melting pills and soul-freezing pills. They can increase your control of origin energy and spiritual sense. Take them and refine them when you have time. Ziqin gave the two of them enough resources and told them about the dangers on the ancient road. He also told them to be careful. Shang Guanyu suddenly thought of something and said, "All right, come and take a look at the spirit-devouring rat. It has been sleeping for a long time." With a flash of light, a palm-sized, snow-white little guy appeared in her hand. It was the spirit-devouring rat. However, it used to be 1/2 meter long, but now it was only the size of a palm. After it came back last time, it fell into a deep sleep. I went to see old Gue a few times. He said that it was sleeping, but did not say when it would wake up. Moreover, old Gui said that he was not sure about this situation. Shang Guanyuer said. Zichen looked at the spirit-devouring rat. At the same time, he released his spiritual sense and asked, "How long has it been sleeping?" 32 years. Sophie and the other two also stepped forward and looked at the spirit-devouring rat quietly. Their eyes were full of surprise. The spirit-devouring rat seemed to be sleeping. Its breathing was very stable. Zichen did not find anything unusual with his spiritual sense. The old man looked at the spirit-devouring rat for a long time. After a while, he said, "It's obviously transforming. However, it hasn't woken up for dozens of years. There should be a problem with the transformation. Is there a way?" Zi Chen looked at the old man. The old man shook his head and said, "There is no effective way. However, there are a few ways to try. You can try to use the blood essence or soul power in your body to see if you can wake it up." Shang Guanyuer shook her head and said, "I tried before, but it didn't work." The old man said, "Zi Chen's origin power and soul power are extraordinary. It might be effective." Zi Chen nodded. Then he held the spirit-devouring rat in the palm of his hand and urged the perfect origin power in his body to surge into the rat's body. As his origin power entered, Zi-chan felt that there was a powerful force hidden in the spirit-devouring rat's body. However, this force seemed to have lost its master and was now in a dormant state. Chapter 944. In the spirit-devouring rat's sea of consciousness, there was a layer of defensive light. This layer of defense was very easy to break through for those with perfect spiritual senses. Zichen used a gentle method to break through the spiritual sense defense and entered the depths of the spirit-devouring rat's sea of consciousness. Here, Zichen saw a spirit-devouring rat that was glowing all over. This was the spiritual sense of the spirit-devouring rat, and also the location of its soul. It seemed to be sleeping, and it did not notice when Zi-chen's spiritual sense invaded it. Zi-chen's spiritual sense carefully entered the spirit-devouring rat's soul to investigate its situation. Outside, everyone looked at Zi-chen nervously. After a while, Zi-chen opened his eyes. Shang Guanyuer asked, "How is it?" Zi-chen shook his head and said, "It's fine. It's just sleeping and there's no danger. I left a wisp of perfect spiritual sense in its spiritual sense. I think it will wake up soon." Shang Guanyuer breathed a sigh of relief. After Zi-chan left, the spirit-devouring rat came back and followed her. She did not want anything to happen to the spirit-devouring rat. After killing the people of the Five Elements Force, the other party would soon sense that danger could come at any time. This place was no longer safe, and Zi-chan did not plan to stay any longer. However, they had to part after just meeting, so it was inevitable that they would be reluctant to part. The void above the square had been broken open, and the passage to the ancient road of trials appeared. The passage opened for the two of them was naturally the strongest ancient road of trials. Shang Guanyuer stood at the bottom of the ancient road with tears on her face. She looked at Zi-chan with eyes full of reluctance. "Take care." The two hugged each other for a long time before separating. Zi-chen said softly. The two of them soared into the sky and then entered their respective passages. Zhang Haoqian nodded at Zi-chen and the demon ape, while Shang Guanyuer kept waving her hand. Boom! Just as the passage was about to close, a powerful energy suddenly emerged from this side of the world. This energy broke through space and went straight for Zi-chen. Caught off guard, Zi-chan was sent flying and coughed up blood. Zi-chen disappeared from their sight. The two of them instantly changed, but before they could fly out of the ancient road and rush to Zi-chen, the passage automatically closed. The two figures disappeared, and Shang Guanyuer's voice reverberated throughout the world. The devil ape quickly rushed towards Zichen and supported Zichen. The attack just now was very powerful. It had actually injured Zichen, who had a perfect body. If it were anyone else, even if they were at the human primordial realm, they would probably have been killed by the sneak attack. Zichen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking up into the sky. Seeing that Shang Guanyu and Zhang Haotian had disappeared, Zichen heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. His eyes then turned back to where the energy had come from. The expressions of the three guardians became extremely solemn. The attack just now clearly used some of the power of the rules, but they actually did not sense it. Even now, they still could not sense where the other party was. Be careful, the intruder is not an ordinary person. We can't detect him even if we use the laws, the old man reminded Zichen. It was obvious that the intruder would not harm them. He would only target Zichen. A red light flashed in the devil ape's eyes, and the delusion breaker eye appeared. After Zichen got up, his eyes also flashed with the yin-yang light. He looked into the void, but he did not find anything unusual. Zichen asked, even the laws can't detect him. Could it be that the other party is above the laws? The old man shook his head and said, That's impossible. No one can be above the laws. For such a possibility to appear, it can only mean that the other party has mastered more laws. Moreover, his concealment technique is very high. Concealment technique? Zichen frowned and said, Could it be an assassin? He used his yin-yang eye and delusion breaker eye to scan his surroundings. However, he wasn't sure if it was due to carelessness, but when his gaze shifted, an empty spot appeared. This empty spot happened to be beside Zichen. Just as their gazes swept past, the void split open, and a pitch-black sharp blade stabbed toward Zichen. A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes, and he shouted, I've been waiting for you. The moment the sharp blade appeared, the dragon soul spear in Zichen's hand also appeared, and he stabbed towards the owner of the sharp blade. It was a black-clothed assassin. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes, and he instantly reversed his original sure-kill attack and blocked the dragon's soul spear. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere as the two exchanged blows, and the black-clothed assassin retreated. Zichen's expression changed when his attack was blocked. His body suddenly twisted, and he dodged to the side. As soon as his body disappeared, a sharp blade flashed past the place where Zichen had been standing. Zichen's body moved 3 meters away. Golden blood spilled from his chest, and there was a long wound that extended from his chest to his lower abdomen. The assassin had used a sure-kill attack. This attack could only be used to advance, but not retreat. However, the other party turned around at the critical moment and blocked Zichen's attack. Obviously, this was not a sure-kill attack, so Zichen sensed that something was wrong and quickly retreated. However, he did not expect that he was still one step too late. After the 2 attacks, the 2 of them hid in the air again. It's an assassin. At this moment, the few of them could already confirm the other party's identity. The one in the dark was an assassin, but he was an assassin who used the power of rules to conceal himself. Each of his opponent's attacks contained some power of rules. This power of rules was not used to kill Zichen, but to conceal himself. The red light in the demonic ape's eyes intensified, but under the delusion breaker eye, it still couldn't see anything, not even a phantom. Zichen held a spear and stood in the air. His perfect body was rapidly recovering from his injuries. The demonic ape was 4 meters away from Zichen. It held the black rod and stood there, constantly scanning the area with the delusion breaker eye. Zichen also pushed his yin-yang eyes to the limit, but like the demonic ape, he couldn't see anything. Zichen simply gave up on using his yin-yang eyes and closed his eyes. He separated his perfect spiritual sense from his sea of consciousness and transformed it into a fine net that spread out within 10 meters. Once there was movement in the surroundings, his perfect spiritual sense would be able to detect it. In another direction, Sophie and company looked at each other and used their highest authority to use the power of the rules to investigate their surroundings. The other party only hides and doesn't attack. It's very difficult to detect them. You have to be careful. There might be more than two of them, the elder, who had gained nothing, said again. Zi Chen's expression didn't change, but a light flashed on his back. The heavenly lightning wings slowly appeared. He didn't dare make too big of a move because the existence in the dark gave him a lot of pressure. All this time, Zi Chen had been able to completely defeat the assassin by relying on his omnipotent perception. In front of him, the hidden assassin was no different from an ordinary person. But now, with his perception ineffective, Zi Chen finally felt the pressure. This was the pressure every expert felt when facing an assassin. Although Zi Chen's movements were very small and light, the assassin still seized the opportunity. The void behind Zi Chen split open as a black sword beam shot towards Zi Chen's back. Zi Chen didn't turn around. He spun the spear in his hand and stabbed behind him. Clang! The spear blocked the assassin's killing blow, but the powerful force also shook the spear away. Zi Chen's back was exposed to the black sword beam, but he still didn't turn around. Although the killing blow didn't contain enough power, it was still enough to kill Zi Chen. A light flashed in the black-clothed man's eyes. He moved his sharp blade forward and stabbed towards Zi Chen's back. At that moment, a turbulent energy appeared from the side and struck towards the assassin with terrifying power. It was the demon ape. He had launched an attack at that moment. This attack was fierce and powerful. If the assassin was hit, he would be seriously injured if not killed. Moreover, this attack was very fast. Before he killed Zi Chen, this attack would definitely land first. Therefore, the assassin decisively chose to block. Another tremor sounded. He was sent flying, but his figure hid as he retreated. This was only the first attack. Then the void in front of Zi Chen was also split open. A sharp sword beam came towards him. However, Zi Chen didn't turn around before. He had guessed that this attack would come. Therefore, when he sensed the movement in front of him, he clenched his fist and punched. This punch contained a great amount of power, and it directly hit the sharp blade. With a bang, this sharp blade, which was definitely at the human level, was directly shattered by Zi Chen. In the next moment, the light of the punch flew towards the assassin in front of him. Just as the assassin in front of him attacked, the void on both sides of Zi Chen trembled. Two more attacks appeared. These two attacks came towards Zi Chen from the left and right. Monstrous killing intent surged in the sky. The fierce attacks had already fallen. In the midst of the energy tremors, the blood-red light burst out in the air. Crazy energy ripples surged and spread in all directions. Zi Chen's surroundings once again became empty and spacious. Just now, facing 4 attacks at once, Zi Chen didn't move a single step. He neutralized all 4 attacks and even injured one of the assassins. As for the price, 2 of his doppelgangers were killed. The energy dissipated. Heaven and earth became quiet again. The heavenly thunder wings on Zi Chen's back were fully extended. The thunder wings on Zi Chen's back flapped slowly. His face was full of confidence. He held the long spear in his hand and said to the void again. The surroundings were quiet. The assassin didn't continue to attack. Suddenly, a cold smile appeared on Zi Chen's face. He said, "If you're not going to attack, then I'm going to leave." As soon as he finished speaking, the ancient token appeared in Zi Chen's hand. Then the ancient token glowed and enveloped him. But soon, Zi Chen's face was filled with shock. The ancient token had actually lost its effect at this moment. The shock disappeared in a flash, but the assassin still seized the opportunity. The void around Zi Chen was torn apart at the same time, for fierce attacks appeared again. When the monstrous killing intent surged again, the 4 attacks had already landed. A light flashed under Zi Chen's feet. His body immediately turned sideways and dodged the two attacks. At the same time, the thunder wings on his back curled up. When he blocked the original attack from the side, the dragon soul spear in his hand stabbed forward fiercely. At the same time, after Zichen attacked with the spear, he also threw out a punch. It was a punch with perfect technique. Zichen's spear blasted away the sharp blade in front of him. The fist light hit the assassin's chest. Under the powerful punch, the terrifying energy rushed into the assassin's body. The assassin's body was directly sent flying. However, just as he hid in the void, his body exploded. The thunder wings on Zichen's back blocked the attack for him, but the two sharp blades approached him one after another. The two sharp blades exerted force in a bid to slash apart Zichen's body. The sharp blades were originally meant to stab forward, but they were switched to slashing sideways. The strength was greatly reduced, and when they struck the perfect body, they only left 2 deep wounds. However, they were blocked by the tough bones. Chapter 945. Zichen held his spear in the air, motionless. The wounds on his body were covered in a golden light and were healing. One of the 4 assassins had been killed, and Zichen had suffered some superficial wounds. The other 3 did not attack immediately. The ancient token was completely ineffective, and Zichen could not leave with it. Sophie and the other 2 stood in the distance, looking very serious. Even they could not do anything to an assassin who knew how to hide. The world was extremely quiet, and not even the sound of breathing could be heard. Zichen stood there for a long time, but the assassin still did not attack. It was as if he had already left. During this time, the demon ape activated its delusion breaker eyes again and again, but still could not see the assassin's shadow. The void split open once again, and a pitch-black passage appeared in the air. Following that, a terrifying aura wreaked havoc from the passage. What rushed out of the passage was not a person, but a mass of flames. The moment the flames appeared, it transformed into a fire dragon. It opened its mouth wide and tried to swallow Zichen. Clang! The dragon spear in Zichen's hand flashed, and a loud dragon roar sounded. The tip of the spear pointed at the fire dragon. The energy collided, and the fire dragon dissipated. Just as the fire dragon exploded, a sharp blade emitting flames appeared and stabbed at Zichen's chest. Zichen pulled out his spear with his right hand and punched with his left. Perfect strength surged, and perfect technique was displayed. A dazzling golden fist covered all the light. Bang! The human-grade soldier was hit by the fist, and the flames on it dissipated instantly. At the same time, cracks appeared on the weapon. Finally, the cracks spread and the weapon exploded. However, Zichen's fist was not weakened, and it hit the flaming figure again. The void trembled and the space distorted. The figure that had just flown out of the tunnel was punched back in by Zichen's fist. I see it. The demon ape's voice suddenly sounded. Black light flashed around its body, and its body disappeared as if it had teleported. The next moment, it was in front of Zichen, waving its black staff at the void beside Zichen. Boom! The void was shattered by the devil ape's staff. A black shadow flashed past. At that moment, the demonic ape's eyes had become blood red, as if tears of blood were flowing out. This time, he pushed his delusion breaker eyes to their true limits. Under such limits, he could just barely make out an illusionary figure. Break! The devil ape roared. Its eyes stared straight ahead as tears of blood rolled down its cheeks. He saw another figure with a flash of black light around him. Once again, he smashed down with the black staff. The void shattered with a bang, and another black figure disappeared. And where the black figure disappeared, there was a cloud of blood mist sprinkling down. The devil ape blocked 2 of the incoming sneak attacks for Zichen, but the situation on Zichen's side was not optimistic. The void around him broke open, and one passage after another appeared, from which figures rushed out one after another. They were all in the human origin realm, and their combat power was extremely strong. They surrounded Ziqin. Lights surged around their bodies. There were golden lights, fire lights, and other lights. They were from the 5 Elements family. They came very quickly. In addition, there were also people from the Ba Dao clan. They were surrounded by an overbearing aura. The people from the sword sect had not appeared yet, but Ziqian could clearly feel the sharp sword intent surging in the air. All the major forces had arrived. Their purpose was obvious: to kill Ziqin and steal the heavenly book. Do you know where this is? How dare you fight here? Suddenly, more than 10 human origin realm cultivators appeared. The 3 guards stepped forward and questioned the other party. A man surrounded by golden light turned his head and looked at the 3 of them. He said coldly, "This has nothing to do with you. If you dare to interfere, you will die." Humph, how arrogant. The elder shouted coldly, "I am the supervisor of the starting ground. How can I allow you to behave so atrociously here? Expel them." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them worked together to activate the rules. But at that moment, the rules of the starting ground were completely ineffective. How can this be? There was no sign of the rules. The 3 of them were shocked. It's useless. Today's matter is not something you can interfere with. If you know what's good for you, you'd better watch the battle. The man sneered. Watch the battle? Acting atrociously in the starting ground. And you still want us to watch the battle? I want to see where your confidence comes from. Sophie was extremely hot-tempered. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed forward. Her body immediately enlarged like a mountain. Turbulent power surged on the surface of her body. On both sides of her, the elder and the tavern owner also stepped forward. Groan! A loud sword sound rang out. A sword light with sword intent shot out from the broken void. This sword light went straight for the 3 of them. The people from the sword sect had appeared. Their target was the 3 of them. Of course, they were not going to kill them, but to intercept them. After the sword sound, another sword light flashed. There was more than one person from the sword sect. Just as the people from the sword sect blocked the 3 guards, the cultivators surrounding Ziqin also attacked Ziqin instantly. Boom! Turbulent energy surged. All kinds of attacks fell around Ziqin. The space where Ziqin was completely flooded by energy. It turned into a huge energy storm. In the storm was Ziqin. All kinds of destructive energy raged. Suddenly, one of the cultivator's pupils shrank. He felt a phantom flash before his eyes. Puff! Before he could sense the danger and dodge, he heard a soft sound in his ears. It was as if something had pierced through his body. He subconsciously looked down and saw the tip of a spear piercing through his heart. His pupils instantly widened. His eyes were filled with shock. At the same time, the delayed pain spread throughout his body. He was pierced through the heart, but he did not notice it. His mouth was wide open and blood flowed out. Before he could say anything, a turbulent energy surged from the spear. It rushed up his consciousness and down into abdomen. After that, his consciousness dissipated. Behind the human origin realm cultivator, Ziqin pulled out his spear. The lightning wings on his back flapped, and like a bolt of lightning, he charged towards the second person. As for the human origin realm cultivator from before, he turned into a warm corpse and fell from the sky. During this time, several attacks exploded beside Ziqin. The powerful energy was like a sharp blade slicing through Ziqin's body. The golden light around Ziqin dimmed. The sharp blades cut through his body and blood flowed out. These attacks were extremely powerful. Ziqin's defense was instantly broken. However, with the perfect body, a steady stream of energy surged into him. It was enough to ensure that Zi-Chen still had decent combat strength despite being injured. He quickly flashed in front of the second person. Zi-Chen shook the spear in his hand, shattering the opponent's attack. Then, Zi-Chen clenched his fist and punched out. The powerful punch emitted a dazzling light. With a whistling wind, it was like a moving mountain. It heavily smashed into the second human origin realm cultivator. This person was from the Shui family of the Five Elements family. The defense around his body was like ripples, trying to neutralize Zi-Chen's powerful attack. However, Zi-Chen's powerful punch was not something he could neutralize. The ripples only trembled before exploding. Zi-Chen's punch was like a hot knife through butter. It went straight for the opponent's chest. The human origin realm cultivator's chest was penetrated by Zi-Chen's punch. The terrifying energy destroyed the opponent's spiritual sense. Another human origin realm cultivator died. Zi-Chen had killed 2 people, but he was also left with many wounds. Although he had been dodging with his extremely fast footwork, Zi-Chen could only avoid critical attacks. If he avoided all the attacks, it would definitely affect his combat strength. Then, Zi-Chen arrived in front of the third person. His body was surrounded by a dazzling light. This time, Zi-Chen successfully killed the third person. However, he was left with a deep wound on his abdomen. The wound almost cut open his stomach and caused his organs to fall out. This was an assassin's fatal attack, but it was dodged by Zi-Chen at the critical moment. At the same time, Zi-Chen's shoulder was also pierced by a sharp sword light. The sword light was supposed to be aimed at his forehead. Whether it was the wound on his abdomen or the wound on his shoulder, there was energy flowing on them. There was the destructive energy of the assassin and the sword intent of the sword sect. These 2 types of energy were constantly flowing, preventing Zi-Chen's wounds from healing. They also had the effect of spreading, so these 2 wounds were more serious. Zi-Chen couldn't disperse these 2 types of energy in a short time, so he just ignored them. He used his perfect strength to protect his wounds and let the energy run amok. After he stopped the bleeding, he raised his spear and rushed toward the 4th human origin realm cultivator. His wounds were more serious, but his speed wasn't affected at all. He only frowned from time to time because of the pain caused by his wounds. The 4th person was killed. At this moment, Zi-Chen was covered in blood. He looked like a murderous demon. As the wounds on his body increased, so did the number of corpses on the ground. Demon Ape, back off. Let them come at me, Zi-Chen said coldly with his spear in his hand. At this moment, the Demon Ape was fighting with several assassins, so they didn't have time to deal with Zi-Chen. Hearing Zi-Chen's words, the Demon Ape put away his spear and moved away. You 3, let them come. At the same time, Zi-Chen said to Sophie and the others. The 3 of them looked at each other. Seeing the Demon Ape move away, they followed suit. There were still more than 10 human origin realm cultivators in the field. The assassins hid themselves, and the sword master rushed toward Zi-Chen with swords in their hands. Zi-Chen was floating in the air. He didn't move, but his grip on his spear tightened. His expression was calm, but under that calm expression there was a cold heart. Puff! A beam of sword light shot toward Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen sidestepped and dodged the fatal blow. The beam of sword light pierced through his shoulder. Before the energy in the beam of sword light could completely destroy Zi-Chen's body, the spear in Zi-Chen's hand had already pierced through the sword master's chest. The 2 yuan energies spread out and collided with each other, creating a destructive force. Puff! Puff! More attacks came toward Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen dodged the attack on his forehead and let the other attacks land on his body, even if they pierced through his chest. The spear in Zi-Chen's hand danced and turned into a beam of silver light, slashing forward. 2 human origin realm cultivators were beheaded. Their headless corpses sprayed blood onto Zi Chen's face. Their heads only flew a dozen meters away before they exploded. 5 more human origin realm cultivators were killed. There were less than 10 human origin realm cultivators left. Their faces were filled with shock and horror. The blood-soaked Zi Chen terrified them. Luckily, Zi Chen's injuries were extremely serious. He could die at any time. Zi Chen's perfect body had dissolved the terrifying energy that had entered his body, but he was still severely injured. Attack him with all your might. 1 more attack and he will die for sure. A cultivator with golden light around his body said. He didn't realize that his voice was trembling. The others nodded and attacked with all their might. After another round of attacks, Zi Chen's body became unstable in the air. It seemed that he could die at any time. Out of the 9 human origin realm cultivators, there were only 8 left. Again, someone shouted again. After another round of attacks, Zi Chen was still standing, and one of the 8 had died. The other 7 looked very pale, and fear appeared in their eyes. However, the situation in front of them didn't allow them to retreat. Chapter 946. Seeing Zi Chen fall, the last 5 mortal origin realm cultivators were delighted, but they were more worried. They were here to kill Zi Chen, so they naturally knew about Zi Chen. They were very clear about the perfect body's ability to rise from the ashes. Die. One of the 5 was a tyrant body. Just as Zi Chen's body fell, he shouted and rushed toward Zi Chen. His overbearing power surged as he clenched his fist and threw a powerful blow at Zi Chen. He wanted to shatter Zi Chen's body. Hum. The sword's hum resounded between heaven and earth. A sharp sword light appeared in the sky and went straight toward Zi Chen. The people from Sword Sect also made their move. Immediately after, the other 3 people also used their strongest attacks. For a moment, all kinds of energy surged, wanting to completely destroy Zi Chen. Swoosh! The void broke open, and an assassin who had been hiding in the dark also made his move. He urged his sharp blade to split Zi Chen's body into 2. He was the 6th person on the scene and had been hiding in the dark. All kinds of attacks appeared to prevent Zi Chen's perfect body from suddenly exploding. However, it still happened. Zi Chen's body suddenly burned with flames. This was the flame of life. As soon as the flames appeared, they completely enveloped Zi Chen. The surrounding attacks dissipated when they were 1 meter away from the flames. The assassin and tyrant body were like cats that had their tails stepped on. The moment the flames appeared, they retreated from Zi Chen's side. Although they retreated in time, they were still burned by the flames. Tyrant body's right arm was burned by the flames, while the assassin's left arm was burned. The 2 retreated and tried to control the energy in their bodies to extinguish the flames, but they found that it was useless. Not only did the flames not extinguish, but they also became more vigorous because of the surging origin energy. This discovery made Tyrant Body exclaim loudly. In contrast, the assassin was much more decisive. He waved his sharp blade and cut off his left arm. With a soft sound, the burning arm left his body. His decisiveness allowed him to escape from the flames. However, Tyrant Body was not so lucky. As the flames spread, his whole body burned. After that, a mournful scream resounded from the starting ground. The flame of life of the Tyrant Body was like fuel. It burned crazily under the flames and turned into ashes. After about 5 breaths, the flames on the Tyrant Body disappeared. There were no injuries on his body, and his clothes were intact. However, his soul was gone. Only his body was left, and it fell from the sky. In the field, there were only 5 human origin stage warriors left. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The power of the fire of life was beyond their imagination. When Zi Chen had fully recovered, he saw the monster ape and the 3 guardians standing in front of him. They were staring at the other 5 human origin stage cultivators, but they didn't start fighting. After Zichen got up, he gripped his spear tightly, his eyes flashing with killing intent. "Hand over the heavenly book, and we can give you a quick death," said one of the survivors. Zichen's eyes had a touch of sarcasm. He sneered, "Just the 5 of you? I'm afraid that even if there are 5 more of you, you won't be qualified to talk to me like this." One of the sword sect survivors sneered and said, "We admit that you are very strong. 5 more of us won't be able to defeat you. But what if there are 10 more? 10 more, that's 15 in total. Let's see who will live and who will die." Zichen responded coldly. The man laughed. "It seems that 10 more won't be enough. What if there are 50? Zichen frowned and held his spear tighter. He snorted, "50? Do you have that many people?" As soon as Zichen finished speaking, the air around them started to tremble. One after another, dark tunnels appeared in the sky. From the tunnels, powerful chi came out one after another. Powerful human origin stage cultivators walked out one after another. When all the human origin stage cultivators appeared, the passages behind them closed. There were exactly 50 of them. Including the original 5, there were 55 in total. The killing intent of 55 human origin stage cultivators was extremely terrifying. It stirred up the space and distorted it constantly. Zichen's expression changed. The devil ape's expression changed. The 3 guardians' expressions also changed. During this time, Zichen tried to sense the ancient token, but there was still no response. 55 human origin stage cultivators was an extremely terrifying number. In less than a day, they were able to gather so many strong cultivators. It was obvious that the various factions were determined to kill Zichen. "Everyone is here. I'll give you another choice. Hand over the heavenly book, and we'll give you a quick death. However, you can also choose to resist. It just so happens that we want to see if the perfect body can be reborn twice," said the person from before. Zichen didn't speak, but his slightly pale face showed his current mood. "Hold on for a bit longer. I've already notified the body cultivator faction. Reinforcements should be here soon," said the old man. "Zichen, this space has been sealed by the Earth origin stage cultivators. We can't enter. However, our Earth origin stage cultivators will be here soon. It's impossible to save you, but it shouldn't be a problem for you to use the ancient token to escape." Suddenly, Gushiota's voice sounded in Zichen's mind. Zichen's heart trembled violently. He finally understood why the power of the rules had lost its effect at this moment. It turned out that it was a cultivator of the earthly origin layer. The earthly origin layer was a level higher than the human origin layer. In this world, there were not many cultivators of this level. In the entire barbarian lands and the chaotic lands, there wasn't a single Earth origin realm expert. Perhaps there was one in the wasteland. That kind of expert was famous in the entire Martial Heaven continent. They were extremely powerful existences. They stood at the pinnacle of the Tianmu continent. However, this kind of existence had appeared for Zichen. Although they hadn't done anything, they had sealed this space. It was enough to show how much importance they attached to Zichen and the Heavenly Book. At this moment, Zichen truly felt a sense of crisis, a life and death crisis. The Earth origin stage cultivators had sealed this space. Obviously, they were investigating this space. Once they found out that he was trying to escape, they would definitely disregard their own status and kill Zichen. And now, Zichen's only chance of survival was to wait. Wait for the Earth origin stage cultivators of the ancient race to arrive so that Zichen could have a chance to escape. Zichen wanted to stall for time. However, the enemy soldiers didn't give him the chance. The battle began in the next moment. The lightning wings on Zichen's back flapped. He transformed into a ray of light and shot forward, dodging several attacks. The spear in his hand pierced through the chest of a mortal origin stage cultivator. Zichen was like a ray of golden light, shuttling through the crowd of origin stage cultivators. Wherever he passed, mortal origin stage cultivators fell one after another. Zichen's efficiency in killing his enemies was very high. However, in the process of killing his enemies, the injuries he had just recovered from were once again heavily injured. During this time, even if Zichen swallowed a treasure pill, it was of no use. The entire space of the starting ground began to distort violently. A terrifying energy filled the small starting ground. Amidst the energy vibrations, the tavern exploded with a boom. The mountains around the plaza exploded. All the buildings in the starting ground were pulverized in an instant. Sophie and the other two also participated in the battle. The three of them worked together to block the attacks of several mortal origin stage cultivators for Zichen. At the same time, the devil ape wielded its black staff and charged in the opposite direction. The wounds on its body gradually increased. This space had been sealed by the earth origin stage cultivators using the laws of this place. It was like a circle, and Zichen's group was in the middle of the circle. If they wanted to leave, they had to break the seal. The earth origin stage cultivator of the ancient clans had arrived. He was a middle-aged man dressed in black with a cold expression. Gu Shioda and the others were anxiously waiting. When they saw him arrive, they hurriedly went up to him and informed him of the situation. The Five Elements faction is truly shameless. The middle-aged man spoke with a cold voice. In the next moment, he raised his hand and pressed towards the starting ground. This palm was like the palm of the heavens and earth. It carried a vast aura, as if it had absorbed all the energy in the surroundings. The palm covered the sky and slammed into the seal, causing the entire starting ground to shake. The seal violently twisted under this attack, but it didn't dissipate in the end. Instead, it blocked the attack. The middle-aged man frowned and said coldly, "This seal is supported from the inside." "What?" Gu Shioda's expression changed as he cried out in alarm. "Doesn't that mean that all the Earth origin stage cultivators are inside?" Then Zichen, the middle-aged man, said, "That's right. Even if I forcefully break the seal, they will still attack first and kill Zichen." Gu Shioda's mouth moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Normally, the Earth origin stage cultivators would disdain to attack Dan Realm cultivators. However, the current situation was too special. Zichen had the Heavenly Book, which was the true treasure of the Martial Sky continent. It was very likely that the Earth origin stage cultivators would attack him without regard to their status. He knew Zichen's situation, but he didn't want to give him a hard blow. He once again used the laws of the origin stage to transmit a message to Zichen. "Hold on, the seal will break soon." In reality, breaking the seal would take a long time, but he didn't want Zichen to despair first. Perhaps a miracle would happen. Miracles were people's hopes when they were in despair, even if it was impossible. The middle-aged man attacked again, and the seal shook again. However, there might be a few Earth origin stage cultivators inside the seal, so it wouldn't be broken in a short time. It's useless. If you break the seal as soon as possible, the little guy will die sooner. A voice came from inside the seal. "The little guy might die, but you won't be able to live either." The middle-aged man said coldly, "You want to kill us?" A cold laugh came from inside the seal. "That depends on whether you have the strength to do so." "Then let's try." The middle-aged man flashed and appeared above the seal. Then an extremely powerful aura surged around him. This aura seemed to come from the outside world, and it didn't fit in with the laws of the origin stage. Boom! He attacked the seal, and the whole seal started to twist. Cracks appeared on it, and the cracks were spreading. Exclamations came from inside the seal. Another wave of powerful energy entered the seal, and the cracks disappeared. This attack still didn't break the seal. That little guy is about to die. Don't waste your energy. A voice came from inside the seal again, and it sounded very proud. Boom! Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the starting ground. Not only the starting ground, but at this moment, this rumbling sound spread across the entire ancient road. From the 1st grade ancient road to the 9th grade ancient road, and the strongest ancient road, as long as one was on the ancient road, they could all hear this rumbling sound. Chapter 947. Zichin was a mere inner core realm cultivator. Even though he had a perfect inner core realm cultivation, he couldn't kill all of them. He'd only killed 9 people, but his injuries had already reached the point of no return. Reality proved that it was impossible for a perfect body to be reborn twice in a day. This time, Zichen's life was in danger. The devil ape had also suffered heavy injuries. After killing 4 people, it regrouped with Zichen. The two stood back to back, looking at the group of inner realm cultivators who were eyeing them with hostility. Because Sophie and the other 2 were the guardians, they were in a better situation. The 3 of them were together, but they were surrounded by others and couldn't come forward to help. Zichen's gaze swept across each of them. He said coldly, "If I don't die this time, I won't let any of you go." A cold laugh rang out. "You will die today." There were more than 30 inner realm cultivators surrounding the 2 of them. When they heard Zichen's words, they all sneered. As they sneered, the killing intent in their hearts grew thicker. If they really let Zichen escape and let him break through to the mortal origin realm, it would be unrealistic for them to surround and kill Zichen. If that really happened, they would be killed one by Zichen. But today, they wouldn't give Zichen the chance to escape. Dozens of people were more than enough to kill Zichen. They also knew that there were a few Earth origin realm cultivators in the dark. It could be said that Zichen had no chance of surviving today. A miracle wouldn't happen either. And this quickly. Kill. As the cold voice rang out, dozens of people launched another attack, wanting to kill Zichen in one fell swoop. More than 10 bursts of energy shot towards Zichen. They were extremely powerful. Before the energy landed on Zichen's body, a sudden change occurred. A violent tremor resounded throughout the entire starting ground. Before this tremor had been going on for quite some time. Zichen guessed that it was an earthly origin stage cultivator breaking through the restrictions. However, the tremor this time was extremely loud. Moreover, there was an inexplicable sense of majesty in this tremor. At this moment, it was as if the entire world was being shaken by someone. The frenzied energy started to distort as one law power after another appeared from the starting ground. These law power contained terrifying energy as it spread out in all directions. Wherever the power of the rule passed, all the attacks were dispersed. At the same time, several human origin stage cultivators were hit by the rule. Their bodies were cut into pieces as if they had been cut by a sharp blade. Their body parts fell from the sky. Without a sound, several human origin stage cultivators were killed. As for the others, their expressions changed drastically. They didn't have time to care about Zichen at all. They all retreated backward, trying to avoid the attacks of the rules. The power of the rule was an indiscriminate attack. Not only did it attack the human origin realm cultivators, it also attacked the 3 guardians. The old man among the 3 was instantly cut open by the power of the rule and died. Cripple pushed Sophie away, and the power of the natural order swept past him. His lower body was cut off, but his upper body, which had spiritual thoughts, was able to escape successfully. Sophie's expression changed drastically, and her body instantly shrank. Then, she rushed toward Cripple like a madwoman, grabbed him, and flew backward. The power of the natural order was surging violently. The people didn't even have time to scream before they were cut open and died. During this time, more and more power of the natural order was heading toward Zi-Chen and the demon ape. The lightning stamp between Zi-Chen's eyebrows shone brightly, blocking the attacks of the power of the natural order for him. He pulled the demon ape with him and quickly dodged. Wang! A law power hit the demon ape, and the ancient token appeared on the demon ape's body. It emitted a brilliant light, blocking the attack for him. During this time, the lightning stamp didn't completely cancel out the power of the natural order. Zi-Chun was heavily injured by the natural order, and he coughed up blood. The demon ape held onto Zi-Chin and immediately activated the ancient token in its hand. The patterns on the ancient token lit up immediately, and it could be used. The light enveloped the two of them, and in the next moment, the ancient token was about to take them away. "Don't go!" Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. The void trembled, and an extremely powerful aura descended from the sky. Under this aura, the surging power of the natural order in the surroundings began to distort and then collapse. A huge hand of energy grabbed at the two of them. The ancient token had already broken open the space and was about to take the two of them away, but it was forcibly pulled out by the huge hand. Between life and death, Zi-Chen's eyes flashed with a touch of madness. Two doppelgangers immediately appeared beside him, and then the two doppelgangers decisively self-destructed. At the same time, the two energies in Zi-Chen's abdomen gushed out of his body and exploded in an instant. This was a desperate move to destroy the enemy at the cost of 800 of his own life. Zi-Chen, who was seriously injured, might not be able to destroy the enemy. Instead, he might be killed by the destructive energy caused by the two energies. Zi-Chen's desperate move couldn't break the palm at all, but it succeeded in shaking the palm a little. Just this little bit caused the power of the natural order to surge again. Then, with a flash of brilliance in Zi-Chen's hand, another ancient token appeared. This was the ancient token that Zi-Chen obtained from killing the Jin family. There was only one such token in the entire Jin family. This ancient token could be used, and it was extremely extraordinary. As soon as it was activated, it disappeared with the two of them. Boom! The large energy hand trembled and disappeared along with the ancient order. At this moment, not only was the starting ground in chaos, but all the ancient roads were in chaos. The power of the natural order was raging, and many people and beasts died. The entire ancient road was like hell on earth. In the sky above the starting ground, several figures of light appeared. Damn it, he actually ran away. It's okay. That token belongs to my Jin family. If he uses it to teleport, he will only be teleported to my Jin family. So he's walking right into the trap. Of course, let's go back to the family and wait. The figures of light only appeared in the sky for a few breaths and then disappeared. Obviously, they were returning to the Jin family and waiting for Zi-Chin to walk right into the trap. As for the miserable state of the starting ground, they didn't care at all. They even turned a deaf ear to the screams of their own family. The earthly origin realm was another level. If the human origin realm was the peak of human cultivators, they could mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for their own use. Some could even reach the point where they could move the heavens and move the earth without fear of consumption. Then the earthly origin realm had already broken away from human cultivators and reached another level. This gap was like the gap between an elephant and an ant. It was extremely huge, and it could be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. Under normal circumstances, Gu Ling would definitely bring Zi-Chin back to the Jin family. However, the situation in front of them was obviously abnormal. The entire ancient road was in chaos, so the natural order here was also disrupted. This caused the direction of the ancient token to deviate. In addition, the terrifying palm print that followed Gu Ling into the void was another factor. When the ancient token merged with the void, the palm print exploded, and a huge hole appeared in the void. The two people fell out of the hole. At the bottom of the hole was a huge mountain stream. The water flowed rapidly, and the two of them fell into it. Both of them were already severely injured, and in addition to Zi Chen's self-detonation at the end, as well as the destructive power of the palm print, the two of them were on the verge of death. Under such circumstances, the two people's souls directly chose to fall into a deep sleep. In other words, they were unconscious. At this moment, the reason for the ancient road's trembling was the appearance of a huge passage in the middle of the ancient road. This passage was over 100 meters wide and incomparably dark, like a giant hole in the netherworld. Billowing demonic energy surged out of the hole like a tide. When the demonic energy surged in, the first thing it destroyed was the natural order here. As more and more demonic energy poured in, the world was dyed black by the demonic energy. At the same time, another law poured in from the hole, stabilizing this space, stabilizing this world. The void trembled once more, and a figure emitting demonic energy stepped into this world. In this pitch-black world, it was impossible to see this person's appearance. However, this person was hundreds of meters tall. At the same time, a pair of blood-colored eyes emitted a cold light. 2 rays of light shot out of this person's eyes. These rays of light shot up into the sky and down into the earth. It was like they could see through this world and the entire ancient road. A moment later, the rays of light disappeared from this person's eyes. He said, "Correct, this is the Martial Heaven continent. We've arrived in the human world." Not long after, another voice rang out from the passage. "We felt the call. We finally opened a passage to the Martial Heaven continent. The chance to become a god, Let's stabilize this passage first. This will be our headquarters in the future." Following that voice, one figure after another appeared from the passage. When they appeared, they waved their hands in the air. Strands of demonic energy shot out of their fingers and fell into a certain place in the void. A moment later, the entire world rumbled as if it was being lifted up by a giant. This world had completely separated from the ancient road. However, the transportation formations leading to other places had been left behind. Due to the appearance of the foreign races and the descent of the laws of the devil world, the entire ancient road had been affected by the butterfly effect. The laws of the ancient road were no longer complete, and all kinds of changes occurred. By the time the devil race isolated this world, the entire ancient road's laws had practically collapsed. It had instantly turned into a human world. This situation lasted for a long time before the tyrannical law energy slowly disappeared. Although the law energy had disappeared, the entire ancient road had become extremely unstable. Occasionally, law energy would appear, and occasionally, huge spatial cracks would appear. It was filled with all kinds of dangers. The ancient road of divine trial was already extremely dangerous. Now, the difficulty had been raised to a whole new level. The passage has been stabilized. Let the children come out and slaughter to their heart's content. The demon world was completely opened, and wave after wave of aura flooded into this world. Each aura represented a demon, and hundreds of thousands of demons had appeared in an instant. These devils weren't all giants. Some were large, some were small. The taller ones were dozens of meters tall, while the smaller ones weren't much different from humans. However, regardless of whether they were the former or the latter, the demonic energy surging around them was the same. They laughed sinisterly as they rushed out of this world's teleportation formation, arriving at the other ancient paths. Although the 5 elements plan to summon the devil race had failed, the devil race had still sensed the summoning energy. In order to enter the Martial Heaven continent, the devil race had prepared for countless years. With just a wisp of their perception, they had found the coordinates of this place. Chapter 948. The demon race had crossed over and descended upon the ancient road. It was foreseeable that chaos would arrive. This was a catastrophe for the humans of the Martial Sky Continent. The Martial Sky Continent that had been peaceful for tens of thousands of years would become a huge battlefield. In the past, the Great War between humans and demons had led to the decline of the ancient races and the disappearance of the 4 great races. This time, the demon race was fully prepared. What kind of damage would they bring to the Martial Sky Continent? The first ones to face the demon race would be the trial takers. This catastrophe would descend upon them first. They were the survivors. Now, in addition to the unstable situation on the ancient road, they also had to deal with the demon race. It was foreseeable that a large number of trial takers would die. But once they succeeded in breaking through the ancient road, they would become dragons and phoenixes among men. When the demons descended, they would only do one thing, and they would only do one thing, and that was destruction. Let's not talk about the situation on the ancient road for now. Let's talk about the Earth Yuan experts. They had reached the Gene family as quickly as possible. But after waiting for a long time, they still didn't see Zichen. Zichen didn't return, and neither did the token. The Gene family's experts, who were originally calm, slowly became anxious and uneasy. Zichen had at least 2 pages of the Heavenly Book. This represented a great significance. They couldn't afford to lose this matter. Otherwise, the Earth Yuan experts wouldn't have acted. At this moment, Zichen hadn't appeared for a long time. This made the others unable to sit still. The 5 elements families were a bit better. After all, they had been in an alliance for many years. They could establish a simple trust. But the others were different. I don't like to beat around the bush. That little fellow hasn't appeared yet. Gene family, please give me an explanation. The one who spoke was the tyrannical Tao expert. He hadn't appeared yet. Only his voice could be heard. What do you mean? The Gene family Earth Yuan expert frowned. The ancient token belongs to your family, but he hasn't returned. We need a reasonable explanation. The Sword Sect expert spoke. You mean I secretly hid him and wanted to take the Heavenly Book for myself? The Gene family expert understood the other party's meaning. A moment of silence was a tacit agreement. Humph! The Gene family expert coldly snorted. We came back together. You know best whether I'm playing tricks or not. Once that little fellow appears, there will be energy fluctuations. Did you sense it? Just because we didn't sense any energy fluctuation doesn't mean that the person didn't appear. A cold voice sounded. It was obviously from the Shirji clan. Gene family's expert snorted again, but didn't explain further. To be able to reach this level, they had lived for who knew how many years. A simple explanation was completely useless. Moreover, everyone's hearts were like mirrors, so there was no need for explanations. The ancient path fluctuated, triggering the natural laws, shaking up the restrictions we laid down until a hole appeared. At that time, the power of the natural laws was extremely unstable. That little fellow was able to escape with the help of the command medallion, but he might not be able to return to the Gene family. An individual from the 5 elements aristocrat family spoke. It's true that he can't return to the Gene family, but he can't be too far away from the Gene family. However, when we used our spiritual senses to probe, we found nothing. This can only mean that there is a problem with the rules. That little fella didn't appear here. I believe that as long as he appears, he will definitely be a dead person. There is no way he can escape. Another person from 5 Elements World said. Not everyone knew what had happened earlier. That was because they had to control the seals and defend against the attacks of the ancient race experts. Apart from that, the rampaging power of the natural order brought them quite a bit of trouble. The one who spoke was from Huo family of 5 Elements aristocrat family. The gazes of the others all landed on him. One of them asked, "What exactly happened back then?" That little fellow wanted to run. I stretched out my palm to catch him. Unfortunately, he seemed to have used a desperate method in the end. He shook off my palm slightly and ran away. However, my palm also chased after him. Even if I couldn't catch him, I could still kill him, the Hoof family's expert said. However, he didn't know that as soon as his voice fell, the expressions of the people around him immediately changed. What? Is there a problem? The Hoof family's expert was startled. A ray of light flashed through the eyes of the Jean family's expert. He said, if it was any other time, there would definitely be no problem. However, you let the palm enter the transmission channel. This is a big problem. What big problem? Isn't it just the palm going out of control and changing from catching to killing? However, we only want the heavenly book, not the person. The cold voice sounded again. The palm going out of control, the natural laws going out of control. What kind of consequences will that bring? The Hoof family's expert's expression changed greatly, shattering the void. Damn it! How could I have forgotten about this? After that, things became much simpler. The void had shattered somewhere. Zichen must have fallen somewhere. Zichen's death was certain. But the heavenly book had become an ownerless item. The various powers hurriedly sent people to search for him. They really wanted to see him if he was alive or dead. Zichen and the devil ape fell into the mountain stream. Following the rapid flow of the water, they flew into the distance. Before the devil ape fainted, it had already shrunk to the size of a palm and tightly grabbed onto Zichen's arm. The two of them followed the flow of the river and crashed into the rocks around the mountain stream. It was unknown how far they were swept by the current until the two of them landed in a deep pool. With a splash, several meters of water splashed up, followed by a cry of surprise. The several meters of water splashed onto a girl in the distance. The girl was about 15 or 16 years old. She wore coarse cotton clothes with many patches. Her appearance was very delicate and pretty. At the moment, she was washing clothes at the edge of the pool. The clothes were large and had patches on them. At this moment, the water splashed onto the girl's body, wetting her hair and cheeks. She cried out in surprise and jumped up. There was a hint of panic in her clear eyes. Bing, or what's wrong? An old voice sounded. In the distance, an old man was running towards them. However, the old man seemed to have leg problems. He walked slowly and was even limping. Grandpa, it's nothing. It's just a big rock rolling down. It gave me a fright. The girl called Bing, or combed her wet hair. The panic on her face had disappeared. She turned and smiled at the old man in the distance. Oh, it's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. The old man breathed a sigh of relief and slowed down his pace. Ah, it's a person. The cry of surprise sounded again. At first, Bing thought that it was a rock that fell from the sky. This kind of situation often happened. However, after a short while, she saw a person floating up from the pool. Grandpa, come and see. There's a person in the water. Bing shouted loudly. The old man increased his limping speed again. Then he saw a figure bobbing up and down in the pool. The rapid flow of water hit the figure, causing his body to sink and float up again. Seeing that there was a person in the pool, the two were stunned. At this moment, another wave of water fell and knocked the figure over, revealing a delicate and pale face. It's a young man. He's not that old. The old man frowned slightly, but he recovered. Grandpa, hurry and save him. Bing said, Sigh, I don't know how far he floated. He's most likely dead. The old man sighed, but still went forward. Unfortunately, the pool was very deep and the old man's movements were limited. It was difficult to pull the figure out of the pool. I'll do it. Bing rolled up her sleeves and pants and volunteered. Grandpa will give you a vine. Just tie him up. Grandpa will pull him out. The old man said, Bing, and nodded and slowly entered the pool. Wearing her clothes, she swam towards the center of the pool. When she reached the figure, she first put her hand under his nose. Feeling that he was still breathing, Binger shouted, Grandpa, he's still alive. He's still breathing. Hurry and get him out. Bing began to wrap the vine around the figure. However, Just as she was about to do it, she saw that there were many wounds on the figure's body. The wounds were almost all over his body. It was a ghastly sight. Bing, Er's expression changed immediately. Her eyes were filled with pity. She grabbed the vine and gave it up. Then, she reached out and hugged the figure's waist. Looking at the old man, she said, "Grandpa, pull me up." The old man sighed and pulled the two of them up. Bing, Er's clothes were soaked, but she still pulled the figure to the shore with the old man. Seeing that there were more than 100 wounds on the young man's body, the old man's eyes were filled with pity. What kind of hatred does this person have? He actually cut his body more than 100 times. The young man was lying on the side. His face was pale without a trace of blood. However, his breathing was steady as if he was sleeping. "Hey, what's this?" Suddenly, Bing, saw a round ball of wet black hair on the young man's arm. Pushing the black hair away, Bing, saw a little guy that looked like a monkey. It was sleeping with its eyes closed, but its arms were tightly wrapped around the young man's arm. This is a little monkey, and it's still breathing. Bing, Er's face was filled with curiosity. "Let's get him back first," the old man said. It was obvious that the old man and the young man couldn't carry the young man back. Thus, the old man went out to find someone. Soon, a young man about 21 or 22 years old arrived. "Old John, where is he?" The young man asked. "Just ahead," Old John said. The young man frowned and said, "Old John, this road is not easy. You want me to carry someone. To be honest, if it wasn't for Bing Er's face, I wouldn't have come." Yes, yes, Old John nodded. "I've given you face, but let's make a deal first. Carrying a person back is not easy, and it's so far. You have to give me half of your bullskin," the young man said again. "Okay, no problem." Old John nodded again. "Brother Xiao Fei, here. Bing saw the two of them from afar and shouted loudly, "Sister Bing, Brother Xiao Fei is here." The young man named Xiao Fei ran over. The road was not easy, but he ran as if he was flying. "Brother Xiao Fei, I didn't expect you to come. You're so nice." Xiao Fei came closer and said to Bing, "Sister Bing, don't be so polite with Brother Xiao Fei. Come, let me see where he is." Xiao Fei waved his hand with a smile on his face, but his eyes were wandering up and down Bing Er's wet body. "He's here. Look at him, so pitiful." Bing pointed at the young man. Xiao Fei turned his head reluctantly. When he saw the young man, his face changed slightly and he frowned. "Is he dead?" Xiao Fei asked. "No, he's still breathing." Chapter 949. Can't save him? Why can't we save him? Bing looked down at the young man, then at Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei pointed at the young man lying on the ground and said, "Look at him. There are so many wounds on his body. It's obvious that he didn't cut himself, but was cut by someone. He must have offended some enemy. If we save him, when the enemy comes, we will be implicated." Seeing that Bing was about to say something, Xiao Fei said, "That's only one of the reasons. The other reason is that he has so many wounds on his body, he's not far from death. Even if we bring him back, he will die. Think about it, bringing a dead person back. How unlucky is that?" Xiao Fei looked at the young man with obvious disgust. "And look at him. There are so many wounds on his body. They are all white and they are still bleeding. How disgusting." Bing heard Xiao Fei's words and hesitated for a moment, then said, "No, I have to save him. He is still alive." Xiao Fei's eyes widened. "Are you crazy? You really want to save him?" "Of course, why not?" Bing said. "Brother Xiao Fei, hurry up and carry him back. I have to find someone to treat him. What a pitiful child to be cut up like this." Old John limped over. Looking at the wounds on the young man's body, Xiao Fei's face was full of reluctance. He asked again, "Old John, are you sure you want to save him?" You have to know that if you save him, you will bring a big enemy to the tribe. Old Zhang said, I am just an ordinary person. I only know that a child was seriously injured. As for the enemy, I don't care. Xiao Fei's face turned cold. Old Zhang, you are too selfish. You don't have to care about yourself, but you should think about Bing. What if the enemy comes and wants to make trouble for Bing? Old Zhang hesitated. He could ignore himself, but he couldn't ignore Bing. Bing pushed Xiao Fei away and said loudly, If you don't care, then fine, I will. Grandpa, put him on my back, I will carry him back. Being pushed away, Xiao Fei was a little angry. Bing, are you crazy? You really want to make trouble for yourself. Hey, what is this? Xiao Fei saw the little monkey on the young man's arm. The little monkey was obviously sleeping. It was only the size of a palm and looked extremely cute. Binger pushed Xiao Fei away again. Xiao Fei was angry, but he did not act out. Instead, he said, How about this? I'll carry him back, but as a reward, give me this monkey. This belongs to someone else. You can't take it. Brother Fei, you're really disappointing. Binger's eyes were filled with disappointment. She struggled to support the young man, but after taking a few steps, she began to stagger. Binger was just a normal person. She did not have much strength, and the road was not easy to walk. Old Zhang's heart ached, and he said to Xiao Fei, Brother Xiao Fei, this thing belongs to the child. You can't take it. How about this? I'll give you all the bull pelts in my house, and you can help us carry her back. Don't worry if our enemies come knocking. I won't say you carried her back. Xiao Fei hesitated for 3 seconds before nodding. All right, you said it. A complete piece of bull hide. After that, he walked over to the young man and muttered, This guy is covered in water. It's really disgusting. The clothes are ruined, but it's worth it. After that, he took the young man from Binger and smiled at her. Binger snorted coldly and did not respond. On the way back, Xiao Fei thought of ways to make Binger laugh. Binger, don't worry. When I have enough dowry, I'll marry you, Xiao Fei said proudly. As his words fell, old Zhang and Binger's eyes flashed with disdain. The former was thinking, My granddaughter won't marry someone like you, while the latter was thinking, I won't marry someone like you. Xiao Fei seemed to be afraid of getting into trouble, so he gave up the chance to talk to Binger and quickly walked back. On the way back, he deliberately avoided some people, and then walked to old Zhang's house. Old Zhang lived in 2 wooden houses. He went in and threw the young man on the bed. At the same time, he gasped and said, I'm so tired, so tired. Do you have water? Binger, get me some water. Binger went back to the room to get water for Xiao Fei, and old Zhang quickly went into the other house. After a while, he took out a bundle of folded bull hide. This was bull hide and could be made into leather armor. It was very tough and was one of old Zhang's few possessions. Xiao Fei drank 2 mouthfuls of water and then took the bull hide and opened it. He said, Old Zhang, you didn't lie to me, right? Give me a bad one. Old Zhang said, Brother Xiao Fei, look, this is definitely good stuff. Oh, right. Brother Xiao Fei, when you leave, please call Dr. Zhang and ask him to come over. Xiao Fei looked at the bull hide and nodded with satisfaction, but soon shook his head and said, I'm not going. If you want to go, you go. Binger, you go, I'll take care of him. Old Zhang helplessly said to Bing, Okay. Binger quickly left. Xiao Fei said, Wait for Binger, we can walk along the way. Binger snorted and sped up. After a while, Binger came back with a white-haired old man holding a wooden box. During this time, they could hear Binger urging, Grandpa Doctor, hurry up. When Dr. Zhang came in, he saw Zichen and saw the wounds on his body and frowned. After that, Dr. Zhang put down the medicine box in his hand and stepped forward to take Zichen's pulse. Old Zhang and Binger looked at Dr. Zhang, and then looked at Zichen, not daring to breathe. Sigh. After taking the pulse for a long time, Dr. Zhang sighed. Old Zhang and Binger's hearts skipped a beat because if a doctor sighed, it must be some kind of chronic disease, or it could not be cured. Old Zhang asked, Dr. Zhang, how is it? Dr. Zhang sighed. The injury is very serious, the pulse is intermittent and could stop at any time. It is very unstable. Is there a way to cure it? Dr. Zhang shook his head. It's better to prepare for the funeral. With such a serious injury, he can't hold on for too long. Moreover, he seems to be sleeping at the moment, but in fact he fainted in pain. I'm afraid he won't wake up again. Grandpa Doctor, he is still breathing, and his breathing is very even. How can he not live? Binger's eyes were red. His pulse is very weak, and his very even breathing is just an illusion. Moreover, you see the wounds on his body, there are too many. Although he is no longer bleeding, it doesn't mean that it has stopped. It means that the blood has already flowed out. His physique is still very good. If it was an adult, he would have died long ago. Dr. Zhang said. Then can you prescribe some medicine? Old Zhang asked. Dr. Zhang looked at old Zhang's room. There were only 4 walls in the house, and he said, save it and don't prescribe any medicine. Prepare for the funeral as soon as possible. After that, Dr. Zhang packed up his things and was about to leave. Binger, go and get some beef jerky for Dr. Zhang. Dr. Zhang hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, this visit will be free. Sigh, a child being cut like this, it really hurts. Old Zhang sent Dr. Zhang to the door and asked, Dr. Zhang, is there really no way to save him? Dr. Zhang shook his head and said, we can only leave it to fate. Maybe there will be a miracle. Miracle. Old Zhang's mouth was full of bitterness. Can there be miracles in this world? In the room, Binger looked at the sleeping Zichen. She put her finger under his nose and felt the strong breathing sound. She said, I believe that you must be sleeping, you won't die. Just like that, Zichen lived here and Binger took care of him. But now Zichen couldn't eat, so Binger could only use a small spoon to feed him some meat soup. 2 days passed. Zichen's breathing not only did not weaken, but also became stronger. And when Binger woke up, she found that the many wounds on his body seemed to be showing signs of healing. She called Dr. Zhang again. After he checked Zichen's pulse again, his eyes were full of disbelief. Miracle! It's really a miracle! The two looked at Dr. Zhang, and Dr. Zhang exclaimed, his pulse has become clear, and his wounds are obviously healing. This is really a miracle. Binger was happy when she heard that, and asked, Grandpa Doctor, you mean he will slowly wake up on his own? Dr. Zhang nodded and said, I think so. Even with such heavy injuries, he can heal on his own. He is not immortal. Not immortal. Old Zhang's eyes flashed. Binger also said excitedly, Grandpa Doctor, you mean he is one of those immortals who can fly? Dr. Zhang shook his head and said, not an immortal, but a cultivator, an extremely powerful cultivator who can fly. There is nothing he can't do. Congratulations to the two of you. You actually saved such an existence. It's really good to have good karma. Binger and old Zhang lived in a tribe called the Zhang tribe. Everyone in the tribe had the surname Zhang. This was a small tribe with more than 100 households and more than 500 people. Old Zhang's family saved a powerful cultivator. This news quickly spread throughout the small tribe. For a time, all kinds of envious voices sounded. Zichen had not woken up yet, but many villagers came to visit Zichen. They brought food from home and some herbs they picked from the mountains, and came one after another. Xiao Fei's family even brought back the bull's skin. They even brought Xiao Fei to apologize. They said that Xiao Fei was young and didn't know any better. After doing a good deed, he shouldn't have taken any benefits. After getting old Zhang's forgiveness, Xiao Fei went out and told everyone that he carried this cultivator back. His face was full of pride. In a small tribe, cultivators were almost like immortals and gods. Everyone was filled with reverence towards Zichen. Originally, old Zhang wanted to go out to find food. For example, he wanted to go to the place where he saved Zi-Chin to catch some fish. But since the villagers sent a lot of food, the two didn't need to worry about food anymore. They focused on taking care of Zi-Chin. During this time, the happiest person was naturally Binger, because she felt a thick warmth. This warmth was given by the villagers. In these days, everyone was like a family, and every time they went out, everyone would praise Binger for being sensible and beautiful. Their eyes were like looking at their own daughter. They were afraid that she would melt in their mouth. Chapter 950. Binger's name was Zhang Yubing. She didn't expect that just as she felt the warmth of the villagers, the simplicity, the kindness, and the happiness that could wake her up with a smile in her dreams, she would soon feel the coldness of the fickleness of human nature and the cruelty of real life. This coldness appeared on the 11th day. More villagers came to see Zi-Chin, and they were excited to find that Zi-Chin had woken up. After that, Binger felt that winter had come. Her original warmth was gone, replaced by coldness, anger, and even hostility. After the 11th day, the villagers came one after another to take back the things they had sent. Those who were gentle would give reasons, and those who were not were taken away directly. Among them, Xiao Fei's family came again. Not only did they take away the intact cowhide, but they also took away the worm-eaten cowhide from old Zhang's house. They called it a reward. Old Zhang's family, which was not rich to begin with, became penniless in just a few days. When old Zhang and Binger went out, they no longer held their heads high and were no longer praised by the villagers. Instead, they looked at them coldly and scolded them. Idiot, they actually brought back an idiot. Bringing back an idiot? Is this the husband they found for Zhang Yubing? This idiot was hacked by someone before. Maybe he has enemies outside. Now that he has come here, he will definitely bring disaster to us. We should think of a way to drive him away. These words were extremely harsh, and they were said in front of old Zhang and Binger. When the two went out again, they lowered their heads, because the cultivator that everyone had high hopes for had woken up, but he was an idiot. His eyes were dull, and he did not know how to speak. He did not even know how to smile. Binger, don't go out for a few days. Grandpa will go out to find food, old Zhang said when he came back. Old Zhang's family was not rich, but they had a little bit of wealth. However, after Zi-Chin woke up and everyone found out that he was an idiot, they were furious. They vented their anger on old Zhang's family, and their original wealth was quickly gone. 10 days ago, they had been so nice to old Zhang's family. 10 days later, they were so mean. 3 days had passed, and in these 3 days, Bing had suffered all kinds of ridicule. She used to cry, but now she had learned to be strong. She shook her head and stubbornly said, "No, I am not afraid of their gossip." Old Zhang sighed and said, "Silly child, it doesn't matter if an old man like me is gossiped about, but you're a girl. You'd better stay at home and take care of Xiao Dai." Xiao Dai was the name that Binger gave to Zi-Chin after he woke up. Bing. I was so angry that her eyes turned red. She glanced at Zi-Chin. The latter's eyes were dull and lifeless, but when he saw Bing, or looking at him, he grinned at her. Seeing Zi-Chin smile, Binger couldn't hold back her tears. Who said our little Dumbo couldn't smile? Isn't he smiling now? Binger also smiled with tears in her eyes. Old Zhang also smiled bitterly. This situation was still going on, and the sarcastic remarks were still going on. As old Zhang's family was excluded, the life of the three naturally became more and more difficult. 5 days later, the monster ape woke up. Its eyes were shining, and it was very smart. It let go of Zi-Chin for the first time and jumped around in the room. Binger named the monster ape Little Monkey. One was Xiao Dai, and the other was Little Monkey. After being bullied outside, Little Monkey made Binger happy. Gradually, everyone knew that the monkey brought by the fool had also woken up. The monkey was only as big as a palm, and its black hair was shiny. It looked very cute and extraordinary. So, there were more and more people who wanted Little Monkey. In the evening, the The three of them were having dinner. The rice was porridge, and the rice grains could be counted. The vegetables were a few vegetables, and it was only enough for one person. Binger and old Zhang subconsciously put the vegetables in Zichen's bowl, and Zichen smiled at the two of them. Alas! Old Zhang was sighing. He sighed every day. After eating, Grandpa will go to the river to have a look. Old Zhang said, because this was the last meal, the three of them would run out of food tomorrow. It's dark. Grandpa's legs are inconvenient. Let's go tomorrow. Binger said worriedly. Old Zhang shook his head, and there was a touch of bitterness on his face. He said, there are too many people during the day. Let's go at night. Binger lowered her head and didn't say anything. After a while, she raised her head and asked, Grandpa, I don't understand. Why do they seem to be different people? They have taken away all the things they sent, and they have taken away all the things in the house. Isn't that enough? In the past, few people went fishing because the fish there were very small. But recently, there were a lot more people who went fishing. It seemed that everyone couldn't live well and couldn't go out to hunt. They could only rely on catching a few small fish to survive. Grandpa glanced at Zichen and sighed. They are not all against us. They are against Little Dumb. They are afraid of being involved, so they want to drive Little Dumb away. Why? Weren't they very good to Little Dumb before? They even sent a lot of things. Why did they all change after Little Dumb woke up? Little Dumb was a cultivator, a powerful cultivator comparable to an immortal. He was omnipotent. They were in awe of him. They had expectations in their hearts. But now, Little Dumb is just a fool, a useless fool. Who would be good to a fool? Old Zhang's words were full of bitterness. This was the human heart and the fickleness of human nature. After the meal, Binger cleaned up the dishes obediently. Old Zhang looked at Zichen. Binger took the dishes and left. Old Zhang looked at Zichen and sighed. Little Dumb, how good would it be if you were a cultivator? The village should be very harmonious. Although you used to be very extraordinary, now you have become an ordinary person. But it's fine. An ordinary person is good. After Binger came, old Zhang limped away. Zichen looked at old Zhang's back. There seemed to be a strange expression in the silly smile on his face. At night, old Zhang didn't come back. Naturally, the two didn't rest. Zichen sat on the bed and stared blankly ahead. The monster ape was jumping up and down, making Binger laugh. After a while, the monster ape seemed to be tired. It jumped into Zichen's arms and fell asleep. Binger looked at Zichen and murmured, How good would it be if you were a cultivator? How good would it be if you weren't a fool? Binger didn't see that after she finished speaking, an inexplicable emotion appeared in Zichen's sluggish eyes. It seemed that he was tired. Binger didn't wait for old Zhang to come back. She lay on the bed and fell asleep. Zichen's gaze was fixed in front of him. His eyes were gradually filled with vigor, as if he had completely awakened. A light flashed in his eyes. He was really awake. After waking up, Zichen lowered his head and looked at Binger. Then he looked at the situation in the room. Finally, he saw the monster ape. My soul remembrance hasn't woken up yet. I think you're the same. After that, Zichen closed his eyes again and retrieved his original memories. These were the memories of an incomplete part of his spiritual remembrance. They were some of the things he experienced in the past few days. Some were what he saw, and some were what he heard. After a while, Zichen opened his eyes and sighed. It seems that their lives are very difficult. Tomorrow, help them go out and hunt some wild animals. But remember, it can only be small things like wild rabbits and pheasants. Zichen spoke as if he was passing some kind of order. My injuries are very serious. I need to recover slowly. I can't stay awake for a long time. Later, carry her to the bed and rest. Protect her. Don't let her be bullied. Everything will wait until I wake up. Zichen seemed to be passing down an order, but also seemed to be muttering to himself. After a while, the clarity in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by dullness and confusion. He lowered his head and saw Binger sleeping. In her sleep, she seemed to have dreamed of something very sad. There were still traces of tears in the corners of her eyes. Zi Chen gently picked up Binger and put her on the bed carefully. Then he covered her with the quilt. During this period, Zi Chen's eyes were still dullness. After that, Zi Chen stood aside like a guard. Not long after, a sound came from outside. It was old Zhang who came back. He found nothing. After coming in, he saw Zi Chen standing and Binger sleeping on Zi Chen's bed. He was confused immediately and asked, "Dumbo, what's going on? Why is Binger sleeping on your bed?" Zi Chen looked at old Zhang and smiled at him foolishly. "Alas, I forgot that you are a fool." Old Zhang sighed and then murmured, "I got nothing today. I'll try again tomorrow before dawn." After that, he asked Dumbo to rest. That night, Binger slept soundly. In her dream, Dumbo woke up. He was a powerful cultivator who could fly. The strange villagers became enthusiastic one by one. Suddenly, Binger heard a cry. After that, her dream was broken. She opened her eyes and saw old Zhang. "Grandpa, you're back." "Why are you back? It's almost dawn," old Zhang said. "Ah." Binger screamed and got up quickly. Then she found herself on the bed. She said in surprise, "Why am I here?" "When I came back last night, I saw you sleeping on the bed and Dumbo standing aside. Didn't you ask him to stay by your side?" old Zhang asked. Binger shook her head. "No, I was waiting for you at that time. Finally, I seemed to fall asleep on the bed." Dumbo was still on the bed at that time. Was it him? He carried me to the bed. While speaking, Binger's face showed a touch of joy. She asked, "Where is Dumbo? Is he awake? Where is he?" Old Zhang shook his head and sighed. "Dumbo is missing. I called you to ask if you saw Dumbo. He's gone." Binger was stunned as if she was struck by lightning. "I don't know where the kid went." Old Zhang was going to go out to fish. Unexpectedly, he found Dumbo was missing when he got up. So he hurried to call Binger. Dumbo and Little Monkey were gone. Old Zhang was not in the mood to fish. Although this tribe was not big, it was surrounded by mountains and forests. The area was very large. It was not easy to find a person. He never goes out. Why did he disappear? Binger was anxious. During this period, old Zhang went out to look for him, but he found nothing. The two sat at the door and sighed. Binger was so anxious that she cried. Seeing that the sky was completely bright, the two planned to go out to look for him again. You're tuning in to the Thunderous YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.